Alright, good evening. We are going to talk about two different textual traditions, the Indus Valley script and the Voynich manuscript script. One is from about 8,000 years ago, the other is fairly recent in relation to that time frame, and that is in the early 1400s. You're more than welcome to ask me any questions in regards to either project. The Voynich manuscript project started in late 2023, and I had a working translation or decipherment about 7 to 11 months later. I did not start the project for the Indus Valley script until March of this year, and that took about around 30 days to have a fairly good understanding of what it was talking about, of the language. We'll go ahead and start with the texts in the Indus script, and this is Mahadevan's work, the foremost scholar on the Indus Valley civilization script. His concordance divides the script signs individually rather than in pairs. He does a really good job of sorting by inscription, by location, and even variation in sign. He does a very good job of that. Additionally, in the initial part of the text, you will see every individual sign listed, and that actually is very helpful. In fact, he makes the sign list much larger, so it's easier to see. The sign list, of course, starts on 32. So let's go to 32. I'm pretty sure it's offset, so we may have to go to 30. Okay, I didn't realize it was offset that much, but that's no problem. All right, and here we have the sign list. Here we have the, this is the sign for Nara, okay, N-A-R-A, Nara, for man. This is pretty prevalent, Nara. Okay, and the language, you're probably wondering, well, what's Nara? Nara is Sanskrit. So the language of the Indus Valley people and the Indus Valley script by proxy is Sanskrit. It's not classical Sanskrit, however. So the interesting thing about how this script is written, it has about 3 layers of how you're supposed to read it, and it is an abugida. It does use an inherent A for base signs that have no extra diacritic marks, like for example sign 59, the fish. Okay, there's no extra diacritic marks in this one. There is here, right? We have the small line on the inside. This is a good example of uh, how you are to read the graphemes, like the inside and then the outside. So you typically start with the meaning of the inside diacritic and then move outward. It's the same thing here and in every other sign, for the most part. For example, in sign 72, we have the TR sign, which is the slash, okay, and then the fish sign. So this would be meter or mitra for friend or ally or companion. I'm going to go ahead and read from the paper. It makes it a little bit easier. Hi, Pedro. How you doing? Sorry, I just now saw this. All right, so this is the preliminary observations on symbol correspondence between the Vinca and Indus sign systems, and it does include the decipherment of the Indus script. So this is a very detailed explanation of how are you to read the signs. Here we have correspondence, one between Vinca and Indus. You'll have to forgive the formatting. I forgot to edit it, the picture. All right, so we have the sign for Bari. Okay, Ba. Here it's Bu because of the extra V-shaped sign that makes a small square. This is Bu, B-H-U, but it can also be B-U. Excuse me. The same sign occurs here in this seal of the bull. Here we have the two Vinca signs, when they're compounded, create this Indus sign. So there is correlation between the Vinca and the Indus. Now, of course, we know that correlation is not causation. So we have to use a lot of different variables that are related to kind of get an idea of whether or not there is causation. Here we have a triangle with caliper and tongs attached. Here we have a water vessel with a caliper or tongs attached. And these are actually gourds used to carry water. And this variation is important because these are two different words. This is extremely important here. These are deer antler headdresses. And you can see that here on the person carrying the water vessels or the water gourds on a yoke. One of the more obvious things about the Indus Valley script is that it uses every single sign as diacritic signs or dependent signs. it attaches each one to itself. You could break it down into smaller parts, and each small part will represent the base primary sign that are larger. So it's very intricate. Here we have the Vinca sign for the yoke, and you see it again in the Indus Valley script right there. Same thing with here, correspondence 5, Vinca sign, Indus sign. Vinca, Indus, smaller one there. Vinca, Indus, and so on and so forth between, I think up to I have maybe about 15, 11, something like that. Here we have the comb or the rake. This is a door. Here we have another good example of how to read from the inner to the outer. Okay, this is gatha, ga, tha. It can also be gata. It could be either or, either tha or ta. Okay. The best way to look at the Indus script is by pairing of signs rather than individual signs. The majority of the anthropomorphic signs here represent roles or entities or identities. However, on that same token, if you have an anthropomorphic with an object in its hand, it's representing that specific object, not just a syllable. This is the Pashupati seal of the Lord of Animals, the Proto-Shiva. These animals on the outside edges are extremely important to how Pasupati is defined. Each of these animals represents the embodiment of Lord Shiva, and vice versa. Lord Shiva embodies the elements of these animals, and they are chosen because of this quality. And that quality is the ability to stand firm. And Lord Shiva his epithet is Sthanu, which means standing firm. Now, Stha also represents faith, right? Standing firm in faith. But originally, according to my research, it doesn't mean that. It means literally, physically standing firm against attack. And that's where the Stha came from. That the bull embodies Stha, that Lord Shiva embodies Stha, and it's because he is standing firm against the attack of formidable beasts. You're more than welcome to read the paper for all the other details. I'm just trying to go over the more interesting aspects of it. And I can see now I'm having a formatting issue. You'll have to forgive me. I'll have to go back and look at that. So this is an old coin, okay? Oi, hi. Welcome, welcome. So this is an old coin here. And these are animals. They have little hats on, okay? They're the same type of hat, right? It's called the three-horned hat. And this is the Nandi bull. You can see his ears on either side. That's his face. And this is a boar, okay, with his tusks. So what's important here is that they are both wearing the three-horned hat of Pasupati, the horned god, right here. And Pasupati has three faces, just as Lord Shiva has three faces. Okay. And how Lord Shiva is sitting here, and I don't say Proto-Shiva because I no longer believe that, it is Lord Shiva. It's not a previous version of, in the sense of the full sense of proto. But his posture here is extremely important, and we'll come to that later. Alright, so let's get back to our coin, and here we have the bull, the Nandi bull, which is the bull that Lord Shiva is rides and is accompanied by. And then we have a boar. So we've got the boar, the deer, and the bull, the Trimurti. So some of these fish signs are not fish signs. They are boar signs. This is a boar. This is a boar with the three-horned hat. Here we have measuring cubes. The Indus Valley civilization was extremely good at architecture, so of course they had to have different ways to measure weights. All of that is extremely important. And I did notice this extreme similarity between what this looked like and some of the signs. And this is said measuring cube weight on a string, on a plumb line. Excuse me. At first I thought this here, and I'm going to have to change this because later on in the paper I do make that change. You'll see what I mean. Initially I thought this was a scale because of the yoke. You'll see later it's not. This is where I talk about the nested construction, how you read the internal part of the sign, and then the outside of the secondary sign, which is going to be the outside part. Excuse me. So it's very layered, but once you get the hang of it, it's not terrible. But the Indus Valley script is the original Sanskrit system. So you know how you have Brahmi and Ashoka, there are different types of Brahmic scripts, but Sanskrit has never had its own, and this is it. The original writing system of Sanskrit is the Indus Valley script. I discuss here a little bit how it's structured. and how to read it. I'm scrolling quickly because y'all are more than welcome to read it on Zenodo. And I will tell you the name of the paper in just a second. Excuse me. So it's called The Preliminary Observation of the Symbol Correspondence between the Vinca and the Indus Sign Systems. And this paper, you can tell it's a working paper because as the paper progresses, some of the things change. Some of my opinions change as it goes along. But that's because I worked on it so quickly, one after the other. Originally thought these might be Visargas, but that changed. And that's because this is the symbol for Sta. It is on the Nandi bowl. It represents the Nandi bowl. And that was a huge indicator that that symbol was something extremely important because it's on the shoulder of the bull. So naturally, it must mean something specific to the Nandi bowl. And I'm like, well, what is the Nandi bowl? What does it represent? Standing firm. And then it suddenly dawned on me, through looking at other Brahmic scripts and everything else, what the sign was. I thought it was a star at first, but it's not. It is the symbol for Sa, radiating in all directions, with the oval of Tha or Ta on the outside. And I had already kind of figured out that you're supposed to read the inside, right? And then the outside. But how do you do that if it's two different signs and it's an abugida wherein you add an A on the end, right? Sa, Tha, to each consonant? How would you pronounce it? Would it be Satha? No, it's Tha. You merge them together in this sign. And Sta means standing. So the bull, the elephant, the tiger. Gosh, I already forgot the other one. They all stand firm. There actually is a crocodile too. He's also Sta, but you only see him in one other inscription, I think. Here we have perfect examples of Sta in these two different seals. What I found interesting is that this is a female. It's a female deity standing firm against attack. Now, this male deity is standing firm against attack. This was always thought to be Proto-Shiva, right? Well, then who is this? If this is supposed to be Stanu, then how is this a female? And here we have the sign above her head, Sta. She is literally standing firm against physical attack. That is the original meaning of Stanu, is Sta. It's not entirely abstract like faith or anything like that. It literally is just meaning you're standing firm against physical attack and you're not yielding. So here we have a deity standing firm against tigers, and I'm pretty sure that these look to me more like boar than they do tigers, but and so here we have the idea of Sta, okay? Here, oh, the rhino. That was the other one. Here's the rhino. he also embodies stha, standing firm. So the reason all of these large animals are depicted in the seals is because they are embodiment of standing firm, and that is Lord Siva. So it's not just the Nandi bull. It's just the bull became the more prominent out of all of them. I can only presume, and this is just a thought of mine, is because there's more physical reaction or interaction between cows and humans. You know, humans need the milk of the cow, and so there's that relationship there. So here we have stha here. It's actually drawn more like a circle than it is the oval. Okay, but the oval or the circle represent the yoni. It originally was an oval, and it became a circle over time. Here again is Pasupati, and we have the 4 different types of animals that stand firm. We've got the elephant, the rhino, the bull, and the tiger. So it's not just about being immovable in the sense that these are heavy beasts. It's that, this one's also a predator, right? So he's strong in that way. These animals down here represent serenity, peace, calmness, and that's what he is embodying here at the same time. Right? In the pose that he is on his throne. So ultimately you see that these animals are no longer trying to attack him. They're just there. So what that represents is that Lord Siva is so at peace and one with himself, right? That he pretty much makes their attacks moot. Like there is nothing. It ceases to be a force against him. So that's what this represents. This is where we get into the actual nitty-gritty of what the texts say, what the inscriptions reveal. And again, the language of the Indus Valley script is Sanskrit, or Sanskritic, I should say, because it does seem to have qualities of Prakrit as well. But again, Prakrit might be the vernacular of a more royal religious Sanskrit. They may just very well be the same language. Excuse me. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. I know that Hittite and a few others, they're related, and I kind of go into this in my book Eden Remembered. It's a work in progress, but my theory is over thousands and thousands of years, and you can kind of see the genetics in this as well. How people traveled once they left Africa, how they traveled across Europe, through the mountains there, all the way toward the Far East, and end up whipping back around into the Middle East. So yes, there absolutely is correlation and, to me, causation there. Feel free to share the live. That way the information, can spread out there and people can see what this says. It's pretty neat. You'll have to forgive me. I have a bit of acute pharyngitis, so excuse me. All right, so here we have one of the more interesting tidbits. This is Akia. Okay, this is a dependent A. Two small lines is a small dependent A. Okay, this is Kia. And mind you, I have. When do you do the live? Kind of randomly. I don't really have set schedule. So the paper is geared toward, like the audience is geared toward scholars who have an understanding of the evolution of Indic scripts already. But you're more than welcome to study them yourselves. Just type in Indic scripts, INDIC, and you'll be able to kind of see the flow and the evolution of Brahmi all the way down to the modern present time. But I do suggest focusing on Devanagari, or I'm saying that wrong, Devanagari. So this is Akia, Akia. Okay. This is Ka, Akia. So, and this kind of surprised me, is that they're using a Ka like a K noise, right? Ka for CA. So it's Ka. They melded the Ka sign to the dependent A sign. So we've got Ka, A, Kia. Ka, A, Kia. And that means and is called, or and is named. Here we have Sru Kia. Sru Kia. This is Bu Kia. And Bu Kia is a very prominent surname in the same area of the Indus Valley, even to this day. Scholars have thought that Bu, or Bukia, means something to do with the earth, but from my understanding, after translating the Indus Valley script, it's not the earth. It means manifest, the manifest. So it's talking about the gods. So there's the unmanifest and the manifest, and both represent the gods. So there's a certain, there's a fourth aspect of the Indus Valley script, and that is the vocalic glide. So basically, when you have two different vowels together, you have to have some sort of noise in between them to make it glide smoothly, right? So if you have I, you need a Y or an H in the center. And the same goes for an AA. And you'll see what I mean a little bit later. Here we have, I say here we have a lot, I do apologize. You'll just have to get used to it. It helps me organize my thoughts. All right. Again, these signs look different, but they're really not. They're really not any different from all of the others. Because these are, it's just an inner and an outer sign. It's the same thing. Just like the rest of them. They're because of the shape, right? They're long lines. They have to be written that way, and it just looks a little different in our brains, but it's really not. It's the same concept as the others. Here we have the vocalid glide applied to this one. Okay, sign 105. This is A, and this you would read top to bottom because it's stacked. So let's go back up here. 285, we have a bari sign inside of, right? Inside of the AA. Okay. Here's the AA 105 right here. It expands outward so that you can put the bari sign on the inside. Okay. So whatever this means, okay, it is aya on the end. Aya, right here. And here's the good stuff. Y'all have been so patient for 36 minutes. Excuse me. All right. This is pa. P-A. Pa. Padi P. See the little ticky mark here? Those are eyes. Padi P. Ka Akya. Padi P. Ka Akya. The purifier, and he is known by name. Ti-ya. Ti-ya. Now, this can also be iti. Iti. Okay. Tiya. This is ya, tha. Ya, tha. Again, you read the inside and then the outside. So we've got nested graphemes, which are these, and then you got dependent modifying graphemes, which is this one. This modifies this. Right, so ti ya yatha abu. Here in the manner of the unmanifest. And the unmanifest are the gods, the devas. This is ja, ya, Timitri. I didn't finish it because I'm unsure, but this one, it's kind of hard to see. I'm pretty sure it's a slash. This is a base sign with no diacritics, so this will be an M and A. So in Abugida, you add an A on the end if there's no extra marks on the sign, right? So this represents M-A. This is the base sign with no diacritic marks added, so that's P-A. So this would be Ma-Pa-Sri. Mapa-Sri. The splendor of Mapa. Here we have Pa-Ya-Ma. Pa-Ya-Ma. Sri-A-A-Bu. The great milk, the joy of the unborn, but it can also be Pa-Ya-Ma with a space, the mother's milk. This is Pra-Ma-Di. Pramadi. Hava-Ba. The beginning, the primordial mother, the invocation of water. Pa-Kaya. Pa-Kaya Yatha P. The dependent condition aligned precisely. Ja-Pa-Ta. Japata. The state of one who mutters prayers. Pa-Kya. Pa-Kya. It can mean ripening, but it can also mean the protector is named. Pa-Akya. So here, I don't know if you've noticed this, but there could be a bleed together of vowels, if they're the same. Here we have Pa-Tri Abu. Pa-Tri Abu. The wing. Yes. So there is, so far, there's Lord Shiva. Okay, Lord Shiva. There is Vishnu. Okay, it doesn't say Vishnu by name, but it indirectly mentions him. Okay, by discussing him as reclining. And you'll see all this in a minute. You can tell by the context of the words and the descriptions which God it's talking about. It also talks about the primordial mother. So all of these descriptions are important to figuring out which God it's talking about. It's a good question. What I find interesting is the idea of Shakti, right? The primordial mother, supposedly wasn't a thing until later, but this says otherwise. Alright, so here we have, where was I? Excuse me. Okay, so this sign, or this inscription here is interesting because it could mean either of these. It could mean the wing of the unmanifest, the ritual vessel of the unmanifest, or the consort of the unmanifest. I'd like to see what the context was where this inscription came from. Um, okay, so here we have Nara, like I said earlier, Nara, Narapati, Narapati, Narapati. Okay, Iti, Abu, Narpati iti Abu, the Lord of men, lo, the unmanifest. Itiya, Yatha Abu, approached as the unmanifest. Iti ka, mi, ja, gata, or gatha, vira. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, this sign is not a sign. Okay, Mahadevan used this, he made this himself, to represent a sign that he was unsure of on how to categorize. Okay, through my my method, I determined that it means Vira, that whatever it is, it means Vira, the hero, and that's through context, structure, comparison, all of that. I didn't take it lightly. I you'll see. You'll see. I have it a little bit further down in the paper, and we can talk about that in a little bit. So it's Itika Mija Gatha Vira, having the speed of my swift song of the hero. This is Pa, and I still do not know what this is a compound, but I'm not sure what it means yet. This is meter. Okay, TR is the slash, and you'll see that in the other signs as well, that the slash is a TR or a T. So we have me, which is the fish sign, combined with ter, okay? And yes, I know I said initially it's you read it from the outside to the inside, or the inside to the outside. That's not always the case. I know, it's confusing. Pa, something, meter, Gatha. Protector, blank, the friend of the god Mitra's song. Pa, ga, ma, apagama, death or unattachment. I've noticed that the A at the beginning is dropped as well on a lot of words. It's just understood. This is one of the most beautiful. It's short and to the point and very sweet. This is Gata Gatha, Jagatha Gatha, the song of the universe. This is the bearer of Lord Shiva, okay? But you just say Bada. Bada, Gatha, Aja. And y'all are going to love this. I was looking at some Semitic sign systems, and this is it. This A-looking thing is actually an A in Phoenician or Hittite. And then, of course, the Ja right here is attached to the bottom, and I was like, Aja, Aja. And I like to say what I think it might be out loud. It always helps me, no matter what inscription I'm looking at, whether it be the Indus Valley or the Voynich Manuscript. Saying it out loud really does help you. Just like when you're doing anything, you say it out loud. It really does help you. And so I said Aja out loud, and I was like, Bada Gata Aja. That sounds right. Because it is. So it's Bada Gata Aja E Abu. Now the I here is IH. Bada Gata Aja E Abu. The ritual bearer's song of the unborn and the unmanifest. Bada Gata Aja. I'm sorry. Bada Gatha Ajara. So here is the sign for Ra, the Ray. Okay, so it's no longer Ajara, it's Ajara. It's one word. The ritual bearer's song of the imperishable. This is a longer one. Okay, Paragata Aja Ipagama, or Apagama, right? The ritual bearer's song of the unborn and unattachment or departure, i.e. death, right? Bu, this is a nam, short for namo, bowing. This is a figure bowing down. He has no head, just like all the other Nara figures, all the anthropomorphic figures. They never have heads. So, Bu na nam ma. Bu nama Sru Shri Sva. Okay. The manifest salutation or name is the transmission of the auspicious self. Kind of talk about a little bit about the doctrine of that idea right here. On this next inscription, we have Pa Ri Pi Ka Akya. The fragment is named. And this is a doctrine. You start to see that the inscription sayings in English, they really meld completely with the doctrines of early Hinduism, or just Hinduism in general. On this bottom inscription is Bukya. Okay, very ancient surname. So whoever this person is probably the progenitor of the clan. What I find interesting is that this, again, here's the TRT slash, right? So you get the TRT slash combined with Su symbol, Su. So it's Su with a t noise. Every single time I see this combined with another syllable, that word ends up translating to just a noise later on in classical Sanskrit, which I thought was just amazing because no matter what I paired it with, right, it always ended up being that exact word just with no T in classical Sanskrit. So here we have su. So originally it must have been s noise, s, with like a T noise added, right? What they call affricated. So it's sukha ajara, the bliss of the undecaying, or the supreme spirit. This is Ga 3 Abu, Ga 3 Abu, the singer of the unmanifest. Here we have another bearer sign, okay, but this is Bar 3. Instead of Bra, it's Bar. Bar 3 Abu, the mother of the unmanifest, or the unmanifest mother. Here we get into the anthropomorphic science with the objects, okay? So again, when you have an anthropomorphic sign with an object, it's telling you that it's about the object, not the person. Okay, so this is pa sula, sula being the word for spear. Pa sula 3 abu, pa sula 3 abu, the protector's trident of the unmanifest. So originally it's not 3 sula, but sula 3. So the modifying word is after the noun. Where in modern times, you would call the trident the Trisula. I'm going to take a 5-minute, probably a 2-minute break, and I will be right back. Feel free to ask me questions in the chat. I'm more than happy to answer them, and I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Feel free to ask me questions as we go along. Also, feel free to share the live. It really helps me out. It helps to get the information out there as it deserves to be. I can't wait for any new stuff that they find archaeologically. Super excited about that. That'd be fantastic. Alright, so inscription 1002. Okay. We have Vira Sanata. Vira. Okay, and then we have Asana. So you meld them together. actually, wait, I'm sorry, Vira Asana, Vara Ra Abbu. Okay. You meld them together again when it's two A's. So it's Vira Asana, Virasana, Vara Ra Abhu. The noble seat of the hero, the radiant unmanifest. Virasana na, oh sorry, Virasana ta, Virasana ta, the prostrated or seated hero. Here's a longer inscription, but it is so very telling. Okay, it's very, very telling on the subject matter. Pa ya ma, payama, pi ya ta, pa ya ma pi ya ta, su ya ta, ri ya a. The ritual drink overflows with guided or well-restrained inspiration or divine speech. This is associated with Sarasvati, the goddess of divine speech and art and inspiration and education, writing, all of that. So this inscription is about the goddess Sarasvati. And, of course, the very sacred soma plant and the soma drink in Hinduism, which I write extensively about in this paper. Okay, reinterpreting Hauma or Soma, Katha Adulas Khat as a sacred plant of Zoroastrianism through the lens of the Voynich manuscript. Now, it's not just Zoroastrianism itself, but Vedic religion as well. And I describe at length why Khat is the appropriate and original description and plant of Soma, using the Rig Veda as textual evidence. And also, an old geologist back in the 50s, I think it was, had heard of reports of Khat growing in the eastern Afghanistan mountains. So, there's that. Excuse me. This is Sthama, Sthama, strength or power. Bara, Sula, Subu. Bara Sula, Subu. The ritual bearer's powerful spear. Here we have the unknown grapheme. Vira Ra Ba. Vira Ra Ba Dvarapala. Now, Dvarapala is a very specific word. It represents the guardian of the gate, and you'll see them at Hindu temples. Very fierce subject, standing there to be, the guardian, right? So this is what this represents. The guardian is holding his arms crossed across his chest, but he's also holding a rod, a danda, as a form of protection. So here we have, Vira Rabba Dvarapala. This should be down here, so I do apologize. This inscription should be down here. But it says the hero roars or cries out as the guardian of the gate. Here we have a double of the same sign, and that is on purpose. It just represents that whatever they're talking about is the best of or the most of, right? Like, for example, best friend, right? You would double it. Here you would, like, in these inscriptions, you actually say a mitravara instead. But in other ways, they just double the sign. So the most of, right? Ista ista. Ista ista. The most desired spear. Sula. And this is the I, so it'd be ima. This is maha. This sign right here is maha. Imha. And then this is where the vocalic glide comes in, okay? Remember how I said you have to, if you have two vowels stuck together, you have to put a Y or an H in between. So this would be ya. I, and then insert the Y, and then A. Iya, ksu. This is ksu because this is the ka sign with the su sign added on the edge. So ista ista sula imha iaksu. The most desired spear, proclaimed by us as desired. Here we have again, ista ista, sula eats, this is itsu bu. Ista ista sula itsu bu. The most desired spear. And then pa meter misu. I forgot to do the English translation on that. No big deal. I'll go back and do it later. Alright, so here we have pa, sta, sta. The standing protector, the standing one. Or the protector, the most standing one. Or the most standing protector. I think it's the latter. This is ja ja. Ja ja sta mi tra. Mitra, right? Gra tha. This is gra here. Gra tha. Gra ha. Sta. The warrior stands or is established. Mitra binds, takes hold, and establishes. So here we have Mitra, not as here Mitra. This sign means Mitra, a meter. But it's actually written out, which is a huge indicator that this is the name of the god and not the word for ally or companion. So, Mitra, that's the god's name right here. And Mitra is known for taking oaths. So the fact that it says Mitra binds, takes hold, and establishes is indicative that he's talking about binding oaths. This is sta. I'm interested in the relationship you mentioned, the yoni, the lingam, and the basis is just a phallic reference. So no. It's not a phallic reference. Although yes, the sign does originally mean that. It's syllabic. So basically you have a word for a sign, but you reduce that word to its very first syllable, and that is how you get the sound that you're trying to make. There is one inscription that is very in that way, but it's mostly to represent virility in the sense of proverbial power, not in any kind of graphic way. But that's a good question. So this is sta, and then of course nam, right, for bowing. Sta, nam, bu. Thanambu, the place or home of the earth, or the place or the home of the manifest. It can be either the earth or the manifest. This is Maha, but I found out, this is interesting, through context, that what they do, okay, you see this A here? The first A is understood. It's not, it's understood. It's Maha, Mha. So they just say Maha, right? Mha, Maha. That's not done in classical, in some respects. At least not with this. Other words, yes, like DVA for Deva. So it's Maha, Sta, Sivaja. Maha, Sta, Sivaja. Excuse me. Maha, Sta, Sivaja, Pi, Havaba. Na, Mo, Maha, Sta, Asta. Homage to the Great One who stands firm in faith. Ja, Ja, Tra, Vira. The protecting warrior's hero, or it can mean go to the place of the hero. Vira, Vara, which is short for, remember, this is an abugida, so you shorten every word for a sign down to its smallest part. Vira, Vara, Abu. Vira, Vara, Abu. The excellent hero, the unmanifest. Oh, now I will say that not every sign is reduced to its smallest part. There are some that retain the whole word. For example, Vira, Asana, just to name two at least. Pa, A, Tathata, and no, not in the current Buddhist sense. Okay? It doesn't mean that. Pa, A, Tathata, Misu, Abu. Behold, the protector's nature is in union with the unmanifest. Vira, Maha, Sta, Pra. The great hero, the most exalted, immovable, or standing one. Pasiva, Mitravara, Vira. And then Sta, and then I'm unsure what the rest of it is. Protector Siva, my greatest friend, the hero. Nara Pa. Nara Pa, Vara, Misu, Ista. The protector of men, the best among them and standing firm. Sta Ya Ma, the moon. Stayama. Pa Asana, Bara Anatir. Anatir. Yes, so all of the deities are called Vira, the hero. All the gods are heroes. It's all of them. That's a good question. I apologize I didn't explain that. But yes, the devas, the gods, are all heroes. They're also called unmanifest, but they also have their manifest versions of themselves when they reveal themselves to people. You're welcome. So we have the dependent A, and then the yoke is Na, and the cross is Tir. These are all reduced. This is Tirtha, crossing of a special place, um, like a temple or waterway. Here we have natir instead of anatir. So whenever you have an a in front, for the most part it represents not something. The a represents no, not, against, sometimes before. So we have na, tir, meter or mitra, vara. Natir, mitra, vara. Yatha, vira. The reclined best friend, just as is the hero. Remember how earlier I said, or you had asked me, if there's a pantheon or the gods named, is there a list? This is indicating Vishnu, okay, the reclined hero, the best friend. Okay, that is Vishnu. He's reclined under the ocean. Can you say how the hero manifests? Yes, he's manifesting physically. So he goes from being unmanifest, non-physical to physical. So usually from spirit to avatar. So the idea of avatar is actually already apparent in the Indus Valley. They've already understood what avatar is. This is my thought process on how to interpret the missing sign. Is basically I just I don't know what I did, but it needs to go away. Huh. No, Jessica does not want to answer any questions. Thank you. All right. Yes, in the flesh, absolutely. So this is the distributional analysis of how I determined what the unknown sign was. Okay. The question mark is the unknown sign, and I took every part that I already knew, and then it just started making sense. I looked at not just the distribution and the structure, but I'm also, of course, looking at the doctrine. Does the doctrine make sense if I use this word or the syllable? Okay. And I go on and continue on with that. You're more than welcome to read that in the paper. But this is the actual rendering of how I determined Vira. I applied everything I just discussed to the inscriptions. So here we have Vira Yama. Vira Yama Ab. Now I still do not know what this one means, so that's why I have this here. And then this is Vira Abu, the hero, the unmanifest. Vira Akya, Vira Kia, Pragatha Abu, the one called hero going forth from the unmanifest, or as the unmanifest. Vira Bu, Ru Mira, Vira Mia. I have not translated these fully, but I just wrote down the Sanskrit as much as I could. This is a very interesting inscription. It's very long. Okay. It's Nara Pa. This is the word for door, Dvara. but it would be reduced to dva or deva, non-ti. Sru rasa pra mi asa vira rama amaha or amyaha. Right here is ya. Amaya vira. Vira prasu soma vira. The sign for the jar right here is soma. Only, of course, when it's attached to the nara, the person. Okay? When there's a person holding an object, the word is indicating the object, not the syllable. So, narapa deva ananti surasa pramyasta vira rama amhayati vira via prasu soma vira. This also makes sense doctrinally too, and I'll explain it in a minute. It says the protector of men, the eternal Deva, flowing juice forth as water like a torrent. The hero Rama presses together the hero Soma, and the hero presses the hero Soma. Okay, again, Soma is the sacred plant. Soma is also a god. Soma is also the drink. It is all three things. So keep that in mind in this inscription. Okay. Remember, means not, right? So typically, when someone wanted to say something against something else, like sta means standing firm, right? It's immovable. So if you want to say something like a torrent, you would say sta, not standing firm. So the opposite of standing immovable completely is a torrent, right? And what does juice do when it's pressed out of a plant? It flows forth like a torrent, especially when soma is being made. So the hero Rama, okay, the god Rama, is pressing the plant soma, okay, but he's being identified, soma is being identified also as the literal god as well. So here's another reason why I know that my inscriptions, my translations are correct, because the doctrine is lining up. Not just the text, the sounds and everything, but the doctrine itself is lining up. Here we have pa ka vira pri rasa. Okay, rasa is the juice. I'm going to skip this one. This is work in progress. Okay, so we've got pa yama vira. Yama, the protector of the childless or the widow, or Yama, the protector of the hero. Okay, I think this might be referring to yati ascetics, so those that basically renounce family in the pursuit of religion. This sign looks like Kia, right? But it's flip-flopped. So instead of Kia, it's Thea, because the opposing arc represents TH or T. So this is Vira Thea. Vira Thea, Vira. Pa Siva Niti Tsu. Pa, not sure what this is yet. Me. Avira. Pa, Pia, I have no idea what this is. Vara, P, Vira. Vira Vara, Ud, because it's flying upward, Asana. Vira Ya, Danu Sana, Vira. Vira Aja. Different type of Aja, not the same as the other one. This is a very long inscription. Narapa Deva I think this is Ananti Iti. Sru Rasa Prami Asa Vira Rama I'm sorry. Vira Rama Ama Ya Vira. Vira Prasu Soma Vira. So you begin to see over repetition what the signs are. This is where we get into, this should not see, that should not be an M on the end. So in other Indic scripts, a little dot represents an M, but I realized he was using it as an unsure sign. So it's Viragraha Raavu. So these are all the Vira inscriptions I have so far. And there's a lot. There's quite a bit. But I think the most important thing here is the Sla symbol, okay, and Abu sign. Here are, this is really neat, I had fun with this one. The inscriptions, ancient rock art, okay? You're gonna love this. You're gonna be floored by this. Remember how I said earlier that I thought this was a scale? Well, I was wrong. It's not. It's this. It's a bullock cart. It is an aerial view of a bullock cart. And this is ancient. Thousands upon thousands. Look. 20,000 before present. 20,000 before present. And here we have it 8,000 years ago as this sign in the Indus script. That is amazing to me. That is beautiful to me. That tells me a lot. That over time, thousands and thousands and thousands of years, you still can have something survive linguistically. This, I believe, is the sign for the horse. It's the torso of the horse. You can see the same sign here. It's got the triangle head. See that here. Of course, they're all bodies. They all represent bodies. You can see the same thing here. It's the man with the wheels at the feet. Oh, and I wanted to tell you. So, sorry, I said sva. I misspoke. It's va. This represents va, short for vahana. So basically what you do is you take a word, right? You draw out a word like this is the bullet cart, right? For vehicle, for vahana. So when you look at it, you're like, oh, vahana. But you know to reduce it to va. So that is what an Abugida script is. Lots of explanation. Here's a conclusion. And this is the appendix where you can see the interpretation of the signs. Okay, we've got ka, ja, di, de, ti, te, da for danum, for bow. Again, this is the sign that you're seeing on the inside of sta, radiating in all directions. It's this one. This is ka, ta. Ka, ta. See the arc? It's a ka arc. This is a ka arc. The opposite direction is a ta arc or tha arc. Ka. Dependent A, and then boo. Boo, the B noise is the square, the big square, and then the hu or oo is actually a V. It's not meant to actually be a small square, but it just looks that way in our brain. Sri, pa, tha, ya, tha, ga, tha. This is Sri, tha, or Srita. This is tha or ta. Boo-hoo, or boo-hoo. Boo or boo. Pa, pia for rope. Ba, bara. It also occurs as yala or yara in other texts. P, pa, ti, pu, sya, pra, bu, ta. This is a pr. I haven't figured out which one yet. Ja, baga, buti, tara or tala. Ma, jara, maya, mara. Opa, upa, aupa. Bupa, sva, pa, ka, pa, bara. Tapa, maka, asana. And the reason why it's asana is because this is a mat. This is a rug. That's what this is. A symbol of a rug or a mat. It's what you would sit on. Tara. And this is interesting because this is two gourds on a raft. It's a raft with a plumb line for fishing. You can read about it in Monier's dictionary. That's how I figured out what that was. That was interesting. I stumbled upon that on accident. This is nam, I. This is tirtha, and if you reduce it, because you can use both, you can use it as the full word or the syllable. Pretty much the same with everything else, but the context is what is key. Tirtha or tir. Da, yao, su, fa, ao, su, ja, ya, ya. I'm probably butchering it because I would like to learn actual Sanskrit, but so I apologize if I'm butchering it, but I can at least understand the concept here, right? And that's the important part. All the other pronunciation I can learn later. All right, so this is baga. Okay, we've got the boo, and then the ga. Bu, ga. Bu, ya. Bu, ra. And then you have bu, ta. Remember the ta sign is, yeah. And then bu, ja, cha, thi, the, nra. So basically you have na, and then a ra inserted on the other side. This is thea or tia. This is ria, ja, pia. Okay. Ki. Remember the small little line is an I. This is dvara for door, reduced to dva or deva. This is a, b. So you have bu and then an extra little tiny line which means an I. This is meter or mitra. Mi for mina and then tr slash. This is sula because it's the object with the nara sign. This is the jar with the nara sign, soma or amrita. The sign for danda, rod. He's holding a rod. Misu. This is a vocalic L, I'm pretty sure. This is ista from istaka. Miti, mi, do, ma, gra, ha, grata, dra, droma or dro from drona for basket. Si or saya or sin. Dru, ke from ketum, flag. This is the actual sign for the prasitra. That's the full sign for that. Hasta or has. Kavaka. This is a shield, so it's kav. Gra, gri. This can either be rasa or sra. Notice that it's still the same sounds, it's just the order. This is kri for creamy, like a little insect type ground creature. Ham from hamsa, not in the Mediterranean sense, but this is the special swan or goose of Sarasvati. And we have Kriti. Okay. This is man, which is reduced from manana. It's literally a reflection of the mountains on the water. These are the mountains with no reflection. It's Par from Parvata. Here we have another sign that has not been put into Mahadevan's corpus, probably because it was found later. This is Giri, Gir, right? Ignore the plant. This is a tiger cub. Okay, Viagra. I think everybody knows where that medicine name comes from. Viagra, right? So this is the rebus sign Via. They call it, oh, this whole time, an hour and 30 minutes, and I haven't ever once mentioned the word rebus. So, in Abhagita scripts, you do an operation called rebus. I've been describing it. I've never actually used the term rebus in this whole entire live, so I apologize. But basically, when you take the whole word, okay, you reduce it to the first part of it, which is a rebus. That's what you call it. You rebus it. So the rebus of Viagra is Via. The rebus of Kirata is Kir. So on and so forth. LOL, right? So this is Kirata, Kir. This is 3 for woman or young woman. Janani, okay, rebus to John. Patram, rebus to Pat. Visika, rebus to Vish or Vis. right? So you can start to see how these are just small parts of larger words. For example, this is rebus to vish or vis. That would be part of Vishnu, right? So then we have tanka, rebus to tan. This is its whole lexical word, okay? Sthapya. Okay. Some of them are just because they're compounded. They're their own lexical word. Then we have sakha, sak, sarapa or rasapa, tatir. Oh, here's another thing I noticed. The Indus Valley script uses tatir, IR words. Okay, classical Sanskrit uses IH. It still means the same thing. Okay, this was interesting. The only reason I could figure out what this Nara sign was because I was looking at some old inscriptions or seals of Pasupati, and his hair flows straight upward in the seals, and I was like, that's weird. So I'm thinking that's how they draw their hair, right? So I was like, this must be a beard then. This must be a beard. So I interpret it as san from sana. This is a slave or a servant because he's got the yoke for dasa. This is sra or rasa with a su sign. So it can either be srasu or su rasa. I'm very interested to know how they're going to start using this because it's confusing me. But this is why I'm having to go sraj, or rasaga, or rasaka. I have to do or because I'm not sure about the context yet. So remember the sideways, the slash is tra, tr noise, right? So this is atra, tra, aya. This is, I put sara or rasa. I am not sure yet. I don't know for certain. Here we apply the vocalic glide again for I, which is ihi, and this is us. So that's what we have so far for the, excuse me, for the Indus Valley script. I do have an Appendix B. I'm going to take a quick break and we'll come back and talk about that. Feel free to ask me questions or, of course, talk amongst yourselves. All right. Thank you, Evan, for trying to get the conversation going. All right, so Appendix B are additional translations. I didn't want to bog down my paper, so I added as an appendix. Here we have ja, And this is where I start applying uh, the new sign translations. Okay, and this is how I know I was on the right track. Ja, ja. Hi, Humboldt. I love the name Humboldt, honey. That's cute. Yes, cat. I didn't know you were in here. Get out of here, Simba. All right. So here we have ja, ja, kavis, viskia. The prudent warrior, viskia. So it's literally naming someone, or vishkia. Again, anytime you see kia on the end of a syllable, it is someone's name, vishkia. Because that's actually a naming convention even to this day. That is last names. Vishkia, Bukia, Surukia. Oh, I'm translating the Indus Valley script of the Harappan civilization. So from India, around the Indus River. You're more than welcome to ask as many questions as you need. If you need me to go back towards something else, please let me know. So here we have kirvis, vis nama aki rasa. Pouring forth homage towards here, the juice or the essence. Now it's referencing soma. Thank you. Again, I've noticed that the A or the U, if it's at the beginning of the word, gets dropped, but it's in the writing itself, but it's understood. So, pat meter gata. Upapat meter gata. Pra maha dra pra dvara pala. Now this one blew my mind, okay? Mind you, I had been already into this for quite a while, right? Since March. And I did not realize how redacted, I guess I should say, reduced, that the text went until I saw this. Because I was like, why the heck does it say drapra? Drapra is not a word. And then I realized, oh wait, it's missing the vowels. Because there are other instances in which pra is pura. And I was like, hold on a minute. Maha dra pra. Mahadura para. Dura para dvara pala. It's like, great. Of great might, the broad-shouldered dvara pala. And the dvara palas are broad-shouldered. So that made sense. This is Su Ya Gan Pri. Here we go again. Gan Pri is short for Gana Priya, the sacrificial offering or libation to the one fond of song, or the lover of song. And if you go to the doctrine, because I love doing that, right? Okay, it's talking about Agni, the god Agni, possibly referencing ritual offering of ghee, clarified butter, to Agni, as Agni is associated with chanting and song, and ritual offerings of clarified butter. So, the sacrificial offering or libation is the clarified butter to the god Agni, the one who is fond of song. Amazing, right? Woo. Here's another one, okay? This inscription is also chock full of amazingness. Okay. Ready? Panka, Panka, Gatha, Pri, Sapra. The 5 hymns of the beloved 7. Okay. Right? Okay, I thought this one, I was like, oh wow, okay. This is amazing. I'm sorry, I skipped this one. We'll go back to this one in a minute. Because it's related. Um, I didn't think I could get any better than this one, right? No, it's wrong. Alright, so in early Vedic cosmology, the phrase, the 5 hymns of the beloved 7, refers to a doctrinal pairing between 2 primordial sets. The 5 foundational cosmological hymns, which are found in the Rig Veda, and the 7 seers, or the Saptarsi, who guard, transmit, and Yes, the 7 sages. Yes. They're the custodians of the sacred knowledge and are traditionally linked to the earliest hymns of the Rig Veda. The 5 hymns invoked here correspond to the core cosmological suktas: creation, the golden embryo, the cosmic person, fire, and the waters, which the 7 seers are said to favor or beloved as the primordial revelations entrusted to them. Thus, the inscription formula situates the hymns within the oldest Vedic framework of 7-fold guardianship and 5-fold hymnal. Additionally, the Rig Veda commentator Sayana has Sapta written as Sapra. Both mean 7. Right? So it's very important that when you are looking at information to make sure you don't miss anything. Okay? Because I know that this said pre-Sapra, and I was like, Sapra, Sapra. I was like, you know what? Trust your gut. Trust your instinct. And I looked at the commentator Sayana's comments, okay? And he has Sapra as Sapta. Okay? They both mean 7. Okay? So let's go back up to the inscription I skipped over. Okay? Su ya ga na. I went too fast. Suya, okay, this is both Ganapriya. It's a shortened version, okay? Ga and then Pri. So it's Ganapriya Abu, the sacrificial offering of the unmanifest lover of the song. Wait, hold on, we went over that one, I apologize. This is the one I want to go over. Okay. Why do I have... Oh, what am I talking about? Forgive me. The only difference is one has unmanifest and the other one doesn't. Alright, moving along. Alright, that's the end of that. If you have any questions, please let me know. These are all of the other works that I have, okay? I started out with the Voynich Manuscript. That was my first beloved, okay? I love the Voynich Manuscript. I live and breathe the Voynich Manuscript. It wasn't recent, until recent, that I started the project on the Indus Valley. That was in March of this year. In fact, I never even actually read or knew about the script of the Indus Valley. I knew the Harappan civilization existed, whereabouts it was, but it wasn't my focus, so I didn't really think about it my entire adult life. But until someone had mentioned it to me on YouTube. So, here's my most recent project, and of course, let's talk about my baby, the Voynich Manuscript. Are you ready? Did you think you were going to get this one too? Because this is way more whoa. You're welcome, Evan. All right, so the Voynich Manuscript. Does anybody know what the Voynich Manuscript is about? Don't read this. Just ignore this for a second. Just ignore that part for a second. Feel free to like and share the live. I'm so autistic, I swear. All right. Share the live, please. When you found the Voynich manuscript related to the bed, did you then look to the Indus script? I actually did not, at all. Someone, oh my God, they're gonna get mad at me. My brain is going blank. Please don't get mad at me for not remembering your name. Right, this a P Preston. Anyway, my one of my followers, awesome dude, had mentioned the Indus script. Actually, no, excuse me. He mentioned the Vinca. He mentioned the Vinca first, and it was like a rabbit hole. So I started looking at the Vinca, and I was like, well, what's this? And it just went from there. I was not expecting the project at all, and I couldn't help myself. I was like, I must figure this out. And that's the way my brain works. I like puzzles. I like languages. Yeah. So that's a good question. But I would like to do Rongo Rongo. If it's unknown, I want to figure it out. Let's just leave it at that. Language or not. So who knows anything about the Voynich manuscript? Please let me know. Just throw it out there in the chat box. Feel free to share the live, please. It really helps me out quite a bit. All right, so the Voynich manuscript was written in the early 15th century. Early 15th century. We know that for a fact. The vellum, or the paper, was tested, and that is confirmed to be early 15th century. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Evan. Go crazy with it. Share it wherever you can. Instagram, Facebook groups, like, just, spam it. That'd be great. LinkedIn, I don't care. So the Voynich manuscript, okay, early 15th century. I took that as fact, right? Obviously. And so I was only interested in facts. The way my brain works, I want to deal with facts. What do we currently actually know as fact? Everything else is rubbish. So I started from scratch. I knew it was early 15th century. It had weird plants in it. Disrobed figures, weird tubes, and some other things, star charts and stuff, right? When I looked at it, I saw European writing. Wasn't sure which kind, but I knew it was European paleography. That much was true. So I had very little to work off of, but it was just enough. So, excuse me. So, this is the Voynich manuscript. That's a mango, by the way. You're like, wait, a mango? What? Yes, a mango. Alright, so here's the very boring cover. Right. Blah. Yale University has the Voynich manuscript in possession. In fact, I've written them at least 2 or 3 different open letters, but we'll talk about that later. They have it in their Voynich library. I would love to be able to see it in person. I'd probably cry a lot. This is folio 1R. Okay. Do you see this really strange writing? Do you see this? Very weird, right? Humboldt, are you familiar with the Voynich? And I told myself that it was, I actually call it Voynich in my private life with my family. I told myself I would never stop doing it, so I say Voynich. But Voynich manuscript. MS 408, manuscript 408. And it has nothing to do with Roger Bacon, so don't think that. Alright, so do you see the red lettering here? It's associated with Leopold Leopold Lauber was a famous scriptorium. You've been following its story? Yeah. Yeah. Leopold Lauber, before printing was printing, he had his scribes, his monks, set up in shop to copy books. And there are certain signs in the Voynich manuscript that indicate that the author indeed was Leopold Lauber related in some way. Alright, so I have my book pulled up. You can buy it on Amazon. Okay. Hi, Arbiter Andy. Yes, I did. Yes. We just talked about my Indus Valley Civilization script decipherment, and now you just caught us right as we're starting the Voynich. Yes, sir. No, that is not true. Sadly. Everything before when I started this has not been congruent to what is true. And I'm not saying that as a, like out of arrogance. I'm just saying that as a fact. So I'm autistic. So I'm very literal when I say things that I don't mean to be. Thank you. I don't mean to be. Like I don't mean to be arrogant. I'm just trying to be very literal and like on facts. That's just the way my brain is. So if I sound arrogant, I'm not trying to be. I do apologize. Okay. And by the way, I am stimming right now. I stim a lot when I'm talking about things I'm very excited about. So anyway, where was that? Okay. So I've got my book pulled up. This is it here. Okay. You're only as powerful as the tools you wield. Okay. You have to have a tool bag of tools. Okay. In so many different ways of your life. I mean, all the way across your life, you have to have those things because if you don't, you have no power. Right? Yes, yes, yes. Go back to your window. Um, are we going to load? Okay, there. I was about to panic. So this is basically a compilation. My book is a compilation of all of my papers from 2024 onward. Thank you, Arbiter. No, that's a good question, Evan. It's a good question. Oh, thank you, Arbiter. Yeah, so I'm working on getting my work as a collection in Springer Nature. Um, that's in the works. I'm not going to give a date. I'm not going to nothing. I don't know yet. Okay, so this all began in October of 2023 and went into, I didn't put this on the interwebs until June of 2024. So you're more than welcome to purchase the book. It's called the Voynich Manuscript, the Cipher, and the Compendium. It is available on Amazon and Ingram Spark, but I'm going to tell you right now, just order from Amazon. It's a lot quicker. A lot quicker. You get 2 days shipping versus 4 weeks for the other one. All right, so I could talk at length about who I think the author is. Do you want me to, or do you want me to paraphrase it and go on to the other parts of like translation and plant stuff? Because this is very lengthy. It could take me 4 hours to discuss all of it together. I I can do either. You just let me know what you want. Yes? Yes. Okay. Just yes. Got it. All right. So, the Voynich manuscript was said to be housed by the Habsburg dynasty. Okay? That's where I started. Okay? I started pulling that thread. Yes, paraphrase. So, uh, oh my god, I'm going blank. Starts with an A. Albrecht? Whatever, I don't care right now. Mr. Mr. Emperor guy, right? Uh, interested in the occult. Okay. Oh, Rudolph the Second. Oh my God, Rudolph the Second, not Spaniards. Rudolph the Second. Okay, loved the occult. So much so he would collect everything occult, anything weird. Okay, and that's where the Voynich manuscript was said to be housed. Okay, so I already knew. Oh, there's a connection with the Habsburgs, the most inbred dynasty of all. Awkward, but um, so there we have it. The Voynich manuscript is with the Habsburg dynasty, and I thought to myself, the writing, the writing in the Voynich manuscript is European. Huh. Okay. Let's see what I can find. So I went online to archive.org. Love that website. Excuse me. And started looking up all of the manuscripts I could get my hands on, and a lot of them were Swiss German. And then I saw someone specifically from Switzerland, in a specific area of Canton Argot, and I was like, wow, that looks so familiar. That looks very, very similar. Must it be it? It was the same time frame too. And I pulled that thread and pulled that thread, and oh, it's European. Oh, okay. So let me show you. Do you see this R right here? Right here. They have a flourish. It's pretty common, right? The R, that's how it's supposed to be, right? However, when you look at the M's, okay, the M's and the N's and all the other ones that are not R's indicate a Swiss German origin. So instead of using what they call a macron, right, which is, we don't have any macrons in the Voynich, so, okay, we're just going to pretend for a minute that this M, instead of a flourish, which is this whoosh, right? We're going to pretend like it stops right here and it just has a line on the top, a straight line. That is a macron, okay? Swiss Germans don't use macrons. They use backwards flourishes. So this is Swiss German. Okay? Not only that, just the general style of the rest of it is current. Kurrent. Current. Not current as in current time, but current as the style of writing. Okay. Whew. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, this is Swiss German. So we know it's written by a Swiss German monk, right? It had to have been a dude because women, well, yes, European women did write, like, Bingen, right? Hildegard of Bingen, much earlier than him. But you'll see why later on why it has to be only a male. You'll see. Okay, so Swiss German monk. Okay, the vellum that I was looking at from earlier from the Swiss German area was from Königswald Abbey in the canton Argot of Windisch, Switzerland. And why I think it's from there is because that is where the Habsburgs are originally from. They're not from, oh my gosh, they're not from, I'm drawing a blank, you guys help me out here. Austria. They're not from Austria. They're not. They're originally from Switzerland. Specifically from there. From Windisch, Switzerland. So that aha moment clicked off in my brain. And they have a castle, literally right there. And the abbey where that writing was from that I found is actually the abbey that the queen of the Habsburgs created in honor of her dead husband. So now we have the Habsburg connection very strongly. Yes, absolutely I do. Oh, absolutely. I not only commissioned, but patroned so that he could actually travel to where he needed to go. And I'll tell you why later too. Because he does have one other work that is known to be his, but it's his only work known to be his, which is odd, considering what it is. So, this fills in the gaps, fills in the timeline, matches up with the timeline of what we know about this author, this copyist, very beautifully, actually. Okay, so let's get to the important stuff. I reached out personally to the nuns of the Poor Clares, okay, which are associated with that abbey, right? You got Poor Clares all over the place, all over the world, right? But this abbey was a dual abbey, okay? It had the Poor Clare nuns on one side and the Franciscan monks on the other, okay? Excuse me, but it was run by a royal abbess, okay, called a princess abbess. So a lot of what would happen is that you have these dynasties with kings and queens and princesses and princes, and of course you only had one succession to the throne, so where did all these other royals go? These princesses would be sent to be abbesses at monasteries, and that would be their life. And so that's how this happens. Templars? No, not Templars. Okay, so I contacted the Poor Clares because I read a book, all right, called The History of the Great Reformation of the 16th century in Germany and Switzerland, etc., written in 1846. Okay, and it describes a nun who becomes imprisoned, and this is like historical. This is actually happening, right? Okay, and her name was Margaret von Watteville. Okay, and she wrote to the Protestant Reformation preacher Zwingli from her prison cell, and this prison cell was actually in the abbey, okay, in Koningsveld Abbey. It was a makeshift cell that they had made. When I say they, I mean the Bern administration from nearby had invaded. Okay, so their purpose was to eradicate opposing religion. And so she was thrown in jail, right? And it says that she was, let me quote it because I don't want to diminish. D'Aubigné states that Margaret Vaudeville had only thoughts of peace. She read the scriptures and found time in her spare moments to compound of certain salutary ingredients an excellent electuary, while she was imprisoned in a makeshift cell at the Abbey. Okay. She's making electuaries while she's imprisoned? What? Okay, so that's what she's doing. She's praying and making electuaries, and apparently she's very good at it because it says excellent. Now, I thought about that some more, so I decided to call the Poor Clares. And I asked, do the Poor Clares have a history of making electuaries or plants or herbalism of any of the sort? And they said no. Not that they're aware of. I was like, oh, that's very interesting. Very interesting. So now I know that they're unaware of their own history. Okay, no fault of their own. It's just that's the way it happens. Time happens. But now I know that the Poor Clares have a history of herbalism and making electuaries. So it's very highly likely that the abbey in Koningsveld, they knew how to make electuaries, right? So I'm piecing things together as we go along. Now, here comes the textual analysis of the Voynich manuscript. I kept seeing the same word, lexical item, right? 9TT9. Okay. The way I am when I write really fast, so I make loops when there don't need to be. So I thought this was 9TT9. Like, cool. So I look it up in the Lexicon Abbreviaturarum, Capelli's Lexicon, okay, 9TT9, comes up. And I thought to myself, wow, it's been here the whole time. 9TT9, the key. Okay, here we have 9TT9 again, 9TT9, and then this. This occurs with this very often. Here we begin, 9TT9 with this. So now we have a lot of repetition of this 9TT9. Okay. I'm talking about this now just simply because it is here. However, I don't go into great detail, but this does mean contritus. Okay, contritus means to crush or to pulverize, and is specific to medieval medicine. Simply because you have to crush seeds to make your medicine. You pulverize it. All right. Here is a Swiss building, the only one I could find that matches this crenulation. No. That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Okay. The edge of this castle is the same edge as this building right here. And unfortunately, I do not have a better picture. Feel free to look up the Convent of St. John Mouster in Valmouster, Switzerland. It's the same, okay? Swiss German architecture. I drew it by hand here. Here, this is a specific painting of the Chronicle of the 95 Rulers, the only document written by our author, our supposed author of the Voynich Manuscript, whose name is Clemens Specker. Clemens Specker is the author of the Chronicle of the 95 Rulers, who I believe is the author of the Voynich Manuscript. If you look at his paintings, okay, you can find this in archive.org. The faces and the helmets match up to the exact same style of the moon and the sun, and even the Adam and Eve. They all match up to the drawings in the Voynich Manuscript. Okay, so here we have one of the first things I noticed. There's a big map in the back of the Voynich Manuscript, and I call it the Celestial Map. There's a small section, and this is it. This is a tent. It's a 2D version of a 3D version, right? You can see the posts here. A tumbler, yeah, sorry. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Don't get me wrong. I've tried to reach out to certain persons. Um, as you can see, here, let's take a hiatus and take a look. Okay, this is an open letter to the Voynich Library, which I sent them. I have other open letters. Give me just a moment. Yeah, I don't want premium. It's too much. Premium is so expensive. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right. So, I've got three. I've got three open letters, both to the curators and scholars of Yale, Voynich Library, and Getty Museum. No, I don't. No, I don't want premium. That's related. You're fine, Arbiter. All right. So this is my open letter directly to um, Voynich. I'll read it out loud. To the curators and affiliated scholars of the Voynich Rare Book and Manuscript Library, I am writing to you as an independent scholar who has spent a solid year and a half daily immersed in the study of Voynich MS-408, commonly referred to as the Voynich Manuscript. I write not with speculation, but with a complete and repeatable translation grounded in paleographic method, historical linguistics, botanical identification, and comparative medical analysis. It's not a theory. This is a functional decipherment, line by line, of the manuscript's internal language and structure. The manuscript, as my research demonstrates, is an early 15th century celestial humoral medical text authored by a Swiss German monk. It contains systematic instruction on oil-based electuary preparation tied to the patient's humor and celestial timing, including the star-fixed elixir production governed by the Pleiades. The plants it contains have been identified with reference to Saura Rigpa, Ayurveda, and East African to Asian trade routes. The research not only restores meaning to the manuscript, it reframes it as sophisticated integration of monastic healing, astronomical tradition, and botanical intelligence. Throughout this process, I've engaged with foundational resources including Capelli's Lexicon Abruviterarum, Martin's Record Interpreter, and the Voynich Library's own facsimile and digital repository. I have also reached out multiple times to the Voynich Library, seeking academic dialogue and the opportunity to share findings that I believe are of significant importance not only to Voynich studies but to the broader fields of manuscript history, ethnomedicine, and medieval Latin scholarship. To date, I have received no response of acknowledgement. I understand the need for caution, especially in a field so heavily shaped by speculation, but this work is not speculative. It is transparent, consistent, and verifiable. I would welcome serious critique, but that must begin with serious engagement. The Voynich manuscript is no longer undeciphered, and it is time for this discovery to be read, reviewed, and responded to, not because of who I am, but because of the manuscript itself and what it finally reveals. I ask that you read the linked research at your convenience. I am available for presentation, discussion, or written Q&A should your team wish to review the work in detail. I believe we are at the threshold of a long-awaited chapter in Voynich scholarship, one I would be honored to walk through together at your choice. Sincerely, Jessica Scott. So that is my initial open letter. Here's another open letter. I hope, I do hope that their opinion changes, but I was invited to a webinar hosted by the Getty Museum with Lisa Fagan-Davis as the guest speaker. Lisa Fagan-Davis and I, we've had discussions between ourselves. Yes. More of my attempts to reach her than anything. And so let's preface with that. I was invited to the webinar from someone from Harvard, good Lord, Harvard. I'm not going to name her outright, just out of respect. And so I did attend this webinar, super excited. I was so excited. I couldn't wait. I really wanted to finally talk to her in an open forum and have this discussion, and it didn't happen that way. It didn't happen that way. I was so very disappointed. It seems like everyone else was allowed to chat in the chat box and talk about their own views. Unfortunately, as soon as I introduced myself, which she already knew who I was. As soon as I introduced myself, there was a palpable change in the atmosphere. And, she started talking about her interpretation, and I decided to share my interpretation, and that was not well received. So, this is my open letter as a follow-up. Dear Getty Museum Talks host Elizabeth Morrison and speaker Lisa Fagan Davis, I wanted to take a moment to express my admiration for the scholarly discussions hosted by Getty Museum Talks. The exploration of medieval manuscripts and cryptographic analysis offers invaluable insights into historical mysteries, and I was honored to attend your recent webinar. However, I was surprised and disappointed when I was abruptly removed from the discussion shortly after introducing myself and expressing my interest in contributing to the conversation. While I respect the need for moderation in academic forums, I also believe that rigorous and respectful dialogue is essential for scholarship to thrive, particularly when new perspectives challenge prevailing interpretations. My research into the Voynich manuscript is not an alternative theory. It is deeply grounded in medieval Latin scholarship. It presents a textual and botanical analysis that aligns with established manuscript traditions while introducing interdisciplinary perspectives from ethnobotany and cryptography. My research results have garnered interest from cryptographers, anthropologists, and historians alike. Scholars across fields have expressed enthusiasm about the connections I've explored, and I had hoped to engage in an exchange of ideas that could enrich ongoing discourse. I write this letter not as a complaint, but as an invitation to reconsider how academic spaces can encourage and support diverse contributions, particularly from researchers whose perspectives push beyond traditional narratives. Genuine engagement with new hypotheses, even when they challenge established interpretations, strengthens scholarship and expands collective understanding. I welcome the opportunity to present my work in a format that encourages constructive discussion, whether through a moderated session or an open forum where differing perspectives can be explored in depth. If there is a possibility to engage further, I'm eager to collaborate. Scholarship flourishes when we listen, challenge, and refine ideas together. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to the possibility of meaningful dialogue. I appreciate that, Humboldt. Thank you. And my last open letter was the most important. I don't know if I should read this yet. If I read it, you'll know what it means. Alright, so let's move forward. Is anybody still in town? Anybody still in the chat box? Alright, so here we have, this is a tent, okay? It's a tent, it's a canopy. And I noticed that there was a lot of water in the surrounding area. Like, well, that's blue. Is it water? And I was like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Four rivers? Wait a minute. Is that Eden? Is that the Garden of Eden? Is it? And so I started looking into it, and I found a Mappa Mundi, or the world map in medieval times. And right here is a box with the X mark. And this box is Paradiso. Paradise. Excuse me. It is the Garden of Eden with the 4 rivers, the crossing of the 4 rivers. So this indeed is the box. Paradise, the crossing of the 4 rivers. Okay? Hold on a minute. Let me further explain. The rest of the tent is the garden. Each of this is a row of plants. This is the garden. This is the 4 rivers. This is the Garden of Eden. That's what this tent represents.
This is a reminder
So this tent represents the Garden of Eden. Garden of Eden. Okay? All of these little weird etched marks are terraced trees on the edge of ramparts of castle walls. You'll see what I mean if you don't know what I mean. Because I'm not going to show it yet. We'll go back to it later. Alright, so this is an excerpt from Capelli's lexicon. Okay? This is the sign for qua. Qua. Qua, 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 qua. The number 4. Okay? Here we have that again. Qua. So it's not just an R with a cut slash through, right? It also means qua. So here is an O, and then you have an L with a crossed ascender. Ascender just means a mark going upward, right? So the crossed ascender means that there is a vowel that is missing from either side of the consonant. That's all that means. So I figured, since everything, like all of the text seemed to look the same over and over again, I figured he was probably doubling up on meanings of things. And that is indeed what he is doing. So this isn't just a TT, but an LL, so with a missing vowel in between. And you can do that also for the TT. That's also an F. I know, it gets very confusing. But once you get the hang of it, it's not so hard. Just like the Indus Valley script, this will become easy once you realize what's happening. So, here is a close-up of our Garden of Eden tent, right, in between the little banister things. This is the word ortus. Ortus. O-R-T-U-S. So a 9, a 9, like this written 9, represents A-S-U-S-I-S-E-S-O-S. So a vowel plus S. That's what a 9 represents on the end of words. If it's at the beginning of the word, a 9 represents con, C-O-N, or cum, C-U-M, or sen, C-E-N. Right? Get the idea? Okay. There's that. So, ortus. Now, in medieval Latin, because this is what this is, Latin. In medieval Latin, the H's of words at the beginning are often dropped. So, this can also be ortus as in H-O-R-T-U-S, not just O-R-T-A-S. You tracking? So this can mean the word garden, ortus, H-O-R-T-U-S, rather than rise or risen, O-R-T-A-S. So he's basically compounding meanings in words, and he's stacking it. And that's where it gets extremely interesting. And that's why all of the text seems like it's the same, but it's not. Because it's the context that gives it meaning. And that's why it took me so long. I just couldn't figure it out. Because I had to go through each little contextual meaning. Okay. Alright, so here we have the word ecclesia. Okay, this is Latin. And this is what's listed in Capelli's lexicon. C, 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 C with a backwards flourish. What do we have here? C, 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 backwards flourish. Ecclesia. Okay, these are all the Chronicles of the 95 Rulers, which is what Clement Specker is confirmed to have written. Okay. Long blonde hair, crudely drawn women, like, yeah. So I do believe that the Voynich manuscript is his first work. Um, that's why it's not as well drawn as these other ones. This is literally his first assignment. But he does the same loop-de-loops. All of it is the same. Here, the same boxes and squares. Here. Here. The same scalloped edges to represent the heavens, like parting the heavens. He does them all here, smoothly here, there. Scroll work here, right? But he does the same in the Voynich. This is actually scroll work. It's not an extra meaning, okay? So you don't have to look for an extra puzzle. It's just scroll work. Yes, it did travel with him, and actually I've asked myself that very question. He would have had to run out of pigments. And that's another reason why I want the library to test it further. So remind me to go back to my last open letter when we're done. It's There we go. There's so much information it takes a bit to load. Here you can see the same script from the Voynich as in this one. So there's a lot of and I'm going through these other manuscripts that they have monks who have written them and they don't know who the monk is. So I do believe that it is the same monk. So I'm going through all of these. And Paulins, yes, yes, absolutely. I'm in agreement with you on that one. So here's another sample handwriting Codex Y120. And these are all from the same area of Thurgo Canton, which is where he was born. Clement Secker was born in Thurgo. Okay? Right nearby. Oh, and here's a kicker. This is a grape leaf. Okay? Grape leaf, grape leaf. This is the zoomed in version. Remember the little box line thing with the dots that we saw earlier on the outside edges? This is what this is. It literally is a they're drawing grape leaves. That's what it is. It's grape leaves. I'm actually not sure if anybody has pointed that out ever, but maybe they have. I don't know, but this is what I've determined. They're drawing grape leaves. Here we go, and we have. Here we go. I meant to say Thurgo. Here we have Thurgo. This is again the scallops. It represents the parting of the heavens. there, scalloped. This is just confirming that he is indeed a developer scribe, so it further narrows down the time frame in which this would have been written. Other script that matches his quite well further establishes a Swiss-German origin, if not him being the scribe. Now, this would have been done when he was in his old age, so the Voynich Manuscript would have been his initial. Alright, another thing that I noticed is that in the pagination, the numbers, this is the Voynich, this is the astronomical compendium, okay? The arch at the top. Was he by chance looking for an elixir of life? So, yes, but not in the sense you're thinking. The Voynich manuscript is about how to make elixirs and electuaries, but it's more than that. I haven't even gotten to the meat, the meat of it yet. Your mind's gonna be blown. So what I noticed is that the handwriting is very, very similar. It's the style, like it's the same, you know. There's another contender named Henricus de Bacharach who lived nearby in Germany. Okay, that possibly could be either a co-author or the author, or what I think may have happened. This is also possible. That one was the artist and one was the writer, for the most part. If you look at this, do you see this? Perfect freaking match. Like, it just swooshes over perfectly. So I started noticing that. And he was also using the same exact abbreviations for the same words. Aster. A-R. Aster. And then this is Erba. E-R-B-A. He drops the H. Here, we have the exact same ligature. The whole thing. Okay? Same exact ligature. Word. Aqua. See? Look. Creo. Creo. Look at the S's. S. S. Aspicus and the Ramayana, Hanuman had to fly north all night to find a plant to heal Rama. Yeah, the plant is Soma. And I write extensively about the original identity of Soma and Haoma, of both Zoroastrianism and Vedic religion. And it is, wait, they were looking for an ancient remedy. Really? Oh, interesting. So one of the plants in the Voynich manuscript is Khat. Katha edulis, which unfortunately has a bad rap. And it was never meant to be used recreationally. It's supposed to be used ritually. And so, of course, abuse of it has turned into what it's turned into. But if you look at the Rig Veda, it describes it beautifully, physically, and the results of taking it. And that is Khat. That is Katha edulis. And This one geographer, when he visited the area of Ethiopia, was told that it grows in eastern Afghanistan as well, which is the original homeland of Zoroastrians. Uh, that's verified by scholars. Um, Not Datura. However, Datura is actually, yes, Datura is one of the plants in the Voynich manuscript. But we'll get there. All right. So, all right. So here's the end of the first paper. Yes, it will make sense. It will make lots of sense. Um, oh, here's another. Just here's another word right here. Another word. Okay, but you'll get what I mean. All right. Okay, you ready? I'm just going to skip this. We're just going to go straight to the other one because it's the whole page instead of just the one paragraph. I'm actually excited. I'm more excited because I don't like being formal. Um, I mean, I can be formal and articulate and da-da-da-da-da and professional, but I much prefer to be autistically informal. I like that so much better. It's less stress on myself. Okay, so um, all right, drum roll, everybody. Drum roll emoji. After over 600 years of attempting to decipher MS-408, dubbed the Voynich Manuscript, we will finally be able to understand its contents, and with much abated breath, this is the translation of the Voynich Manuscript. Sola cuius codex constellarium aster, constructa amene curatorium, rectae oras electo esse cum flores curatorium sed, enim oras erb aster. Oras folios annuus, cui laboro amene curae aster annuus electuarae sancti et cetera et autem terra flores ordinat, constituta amene curos electuarae, cum electuarae enim sedera amene, et cetera solum oletius, hoc laboro eodem et enim, orum oleatus electuaris samen hoc stellarum, ordinat ort aliter, enim annuus cum creati aster, electuarium celestia et celsia mene, cum sedera advertis. Solely through the Codex Constellarium Aster, the curatorium constructed at dawn, let the correct hours be chosen, indeed those of the flowering curatorium, also the hours of the herbal. The calendar page's hours are also those which work to heal, moreover, the electuaries. The holy electuaries and the rest, also the arranged earthly flowers, are determined from a greater electuary healing, since the electuary is indeed from the morning star. I have Venus down, but it's actually not Venus, it's just the morning, the dawn star. The star as it's the sun as it's rising. Furthermore, only the olive tree, and because these oleated electuary seeds arise in the garden in the same manner, yet with the greater healing, the electuary is heavenly and very potent when you turn towards the stars. So that is passage 1. Paragraph 1 of folio 1R, 1 recto. What do you guys think? Okay, then we have vero sedera erus rectorum celestios, actus sedera rectae laborae celestiorum, curatio sedera cum hoc curatius curatio, sed hoc folio creo cum oleae curiorum creo lectuarius, omnis cuius sanitas curatiore flore enim semen curatiore celsiorum curatios samen, Ordinaris laboro iodum sed. True, the stars are the rulers of the heavens. The movement of the stars guides the work of the cures of the stars with this cure of cures. But I create this page with the oil of which I create the electuaries. Everyone whose health is cured by the flowers is cured by the more potent seeds, but ordinary seeds work in the same way also. Vera sanitas celeste causam oram enam celestias completamini curatio. Curatios celestio sumerum essentia ort curatio. Folio curatio cum oleae ab veram. Oleae iodum cort, cum folio aliter, curatio sanam enim herbias semen, curatio cum herbias, flores, semen celestias, celestio sanarum enim electuarias, curatio oram sanitas sed, sanitas omnes cuorium hoc semen, creo sanitas cui sed, ort ani sedera, electuarias, flores sunt semen curae, herbias herbae, curare curatias florum cuiorem flores et creatius curo, cuiorem rectae hoc sancti, filius Deus, folios cuius sunt ordinaris, creatio semen creatio, facere asteres cum creatio laboro creatias, creatio folio ani creatio est curatorium sed sunt electuares sancti, electuares constitutio, curatiorum curae flor, sunt curatias, sire curatios, celestiorum cum sedera ani. Sanam erbas sunt enim secutara curati electuarium. Oretavimus, creas curae, cuius est domino laborum, electuarum enim summa hoc electuario curatio. Filios cui ordinat creatias sanam herbias oliorum samen. Woof. Alright. True health is the heavenly cause of these things, for the healing is completed by heavenly powers. The highest heavenly healing is the source of all healing, and the healing of the pages with the oil of truth. Their birth year is the healing of their health because of the herbal seeds. Healing with the herbs, flowers, heavenly seeds. The healing of the celestial electuaries is the cure of their health. Health is created by the seed of all of them. Health is created by the birth year. Electuaries are the flowers, the seeds of the cure, the herb of herbs, and whose flowers cure completely, of which flowers and animals I take care of, which is commanded by the Holy Son of God. The healing pages are arranged, and I create the seeds of the healing. When you have created the work of creation, of whom the Son is also, the healing is of the healers, but they are sacred electuaries. The constitution of the electuary is the healing of the flower. There are heavenly cures with the stars of the year. Healthy herbs are because of the following electuary cure. We have created cures, which are the labors of the Lord. For the electuary is the highest healing of the Son of God, to whom it is ordained to create health from the herbs and the oils from the seeds. Excuse me. Est curo curatiorum, curatio folio cui ius, cui orum laboro curatio sequi et cetera, curatios, est cum sequentis, cuius rota sedera, cum sanam, cui orum sanam electuarum, sedera curatiori stellarium, sedera curatios, electuari curatio flor stellarium, curatio amene hoc florum semen celsiaster, electuarum semen, electuarum sedera cum cuius orbias ortus semen, hoc folio creatios, folio hoc stellarium, orbi cuiorem flores sequentis. Sumerum sequitario curatiosas flor enim. And I said, may concurrently be also this, because the way the Voynich manuscript is stacked, it can be both of these things at the same time. So, it is the cure of cures, the healing page of which its labor I follow, and other curatives. It is with the following: the wheel of stars, whose stars bring health, whose healing electuary, the stars of healing, the stars of flowers, the stars of curatives, the electuary creation of the flowers and the stars. And healing comes at dawn from this flower seed, the lofty star, the seed of the electuaries. The stars of the electuaries with which whose garden seeds this page creates, in the roundel of the stars, whose flowers follow the highest sequence in curative flowers, and the electuary garden on which you will have made it. You will have made the highest of the labor of healing, of which for humors, which page, which labors, and which table to follow. So, it's choppy, but it makes sense. It's pretty much like, for example, I used to live in Panama, and, Panamanians speak Spanish, right? So if they're trying to speak English and they're not very good at it, they would come up to me and be like, I go to store, you go to store, right? You gone store. And you could still understand what they're meaning. So this is pretty much what is happening. He's intentionally doing this so that it is ciphered. That is how he's doing it. It's not math, it's linguistic cipher. It's linguistic cipher. So all this green stuff that you're seeing in the Voynich manuscript, this green liquid, is olive oil. These are olives. They're pressing the olives out, and this is the oil flowing out of it, along with the seeds. So all the dots it represents seed. So all these women are not bathing in olive oil, but they're making the olive oil. It's pressing the olive oil. Okay, here we have the first tree, the first plant is the olive tree. Okay, this is the only example I was ever able to find where the olive tree has an orangey colored leaf, right? And if you, well, I can't scroll into this one, but you can find it for yourself, okay? Right here on archive.org. If you scroll in, you can see there's 3 white leaves with a seed. These are 3 white round leaves with a seed. Okay, and look at the huskiness of the roots. Huskiness here. Okay, this is an olive tree. And I know you're probably like, I don't know, I don't know. You'll see what I mean as far as the interpretation of the plants as we go along. There's hundreds of them, right? You'll start to understand how the author is describing them. All right. So, we're already almost 3 hours in. I was discussing the Indus Valley script earlier, and now we're on the Voynich manuscript. It's gonna be a lot. I'll do my best to get through it quickly, while still, having it to where it's a digestible format. All right. So I'm gonna take a break for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Talks amongst yourself. Ask me questions, and I'll be more than happy to answer them. Alright, I am back. The mention that the chosen planet will turn toward the moon. First paragraph, page 58. Hold on a minute. You throwing me for a loop. 58. Hmm? Turn toward the moon? First paragraph, okay. It's in the order of his travels. For the most part. Turn toward the stars. So he's indicating that you should be looking towards the stars when you're making the electuaries. He's saying that the electuary associated with the stars is more potent than a regular electuary. You're probably wondering, like, well, what's the difference? How does turning toward the stars make a difference? But you'll see. All right, so here's another indication that this is Swiss German in origin. Is the cult of the Meyerblight. Okay, during that time frame in the early 1400s, early 15th century. Okay, especially in that exact region of the Swiss Alps, we have the origin of the Protestant Reformation. Protestant Reformation, yes. The Great Reformation. Okay, run by Zwingli. And basically, it was just control. It was an issue of control, right? So the Bern administration of Bern in Switzerland swept through the region, basically making all the churches shut down, right? And so his abbey, the Koningsbild Abbey, also went through that, which is why that lady was imprisoned, right? The lady that made the electuaries, yeah, that's why she was there. So during this time frame, right before that happened, there was what you call the cult of the Meyerblight, okay, and specifically within Christianity. There's the cult of the Meyerblight in other religions, but in respect to Christianity, this is what was going on. So you had the fons olei, or the holy anointing oil, right? And you would often see that exude out of the statues, the eyes of Christ or whatever. And the fons olei in general was associated with male clergy. Women were never included. And so when we have the idea of the statue of Mary and the oil from Mary, it started to give women more power within the church. And unfortunately, that wasn't very accepted. And so here we have them trying to shut that down. Excuse me. So you'll see some imagery in the Voynich manuscript that kind of depicts what I believe to be an indication of the cult of the Meyerblight being shut down, and also of the first beginnings of just before the Protestant Reformation. Okay, so here we have a breakdown of the letters. Okay, we have E is here. Only on this word. I'm going to tell you this is also a C. Okay, this is a C, and this is an E. Confusing, I know. This is a B. It just doesn't connect. That's intentional. This is a B. It does not connect. But it can also be an L and an R, a T and an R, or an E or an I. You really have to go through it all one by one. It's a pain. This is an R. Thank God. E-R. Okay. Here's the cross ascender L. This is electuarum. Okay, this is me trying to further describe it, the direction in which you read it. Okay, so this is electuaris, one of the most popular, most important words. Electuaris. Okay. Double loops in medieval Latin represent missing letters. Okay. But also, he's using it to represent regular crossed ascenders. The crossed ascender is in red. So the red does not include a loop, does it? So just ignore this part, just erase it in your brain. Okay? So this is a crossed ascender, a line that goes up that's being crossed. And whenever a letter is crossed, it represents a missing vowel on either side of the consonant. Okay? We already have an E here. So then it's E, L, E. The E is understood because the crossed ascender indicates there's a missing vowel. So ele, right? And you're like, wait a minute, do we not say alele? We don't say alele, right? Sounds silly, right? Because it is. We don't say elele. This end loop is not only an L crossed ascender, but it represents the full missing group of letters. This loop. Does that make sense? Electuaris, electuarius, electuaris, electuaris. This is an R. Ris. Because the 9 represents I-S. Electuaris. It's highly redacted Latin. Here we have contritus samen. So instead of saying an M with a macron with a line on top, he's using the Swiss-German scribal convention of using a backwards flourish instead. So instead of it being a macron for M-E-N, it's a backwards flourish for M-E-N. Contritus samen. So the only German word he uses thus far is samen. He's literally telling you to crush the seed. Contritus samen. So here we finally have a full phrase, contritus samen. And here we have it Capelli's Lexicon, 9229, contritus, Latin. This is where you start to see the overlap in meaning, and it gets a little complicated. So this is an F, but it also is an ST and RT. And the context is what's going to help you figure it out. So by itself, an F means filius or folio. That's the two main ways in which it is used. When it's at the beginning or by itself. However, it's ST when it is in the middle. And it does follow these rules strictly. So I know it may seem like it's just willy-nilly. Oh, I can just pick whatever. You can't. You still have to follow the rule. And there are rules to it. This was beautiful. This is on the last page. Quatuor. And I was so happy because I was like, oh my god, I'm right. So here's quatuor. Literally. Like the exact thing in Capelli's Lexicon. Qua and then or for quatuor. Quatuor. to R. This is a corruption of the word set. Even Cabelli's lexicon even mentions the corruption of the word set to said, from S7 to S9. Okay. Excuse me. Here we have est. This is est. This right here. This curl on the left at the bottom is an E. This whooshy thing is an S. And then, of course, we have our cross descender on the left-hand side for T. It's the same thing that we're seeing here, except Capelli separates the two, whereas the Voynich manuscript author puts the E right there. E right there connects it, and then just loops this top part back around. It's est. This is where we get to the Tyronian notes. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the page for the Tyronian notes, in which he heavily writes all of these. Okay. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna wait till later because I have a whole section devoted to this. This is the fun stuff. This is where we get to the crazy plants. Okay, super crazy plants. Don't feel treated because I'm gonna go over this anyway. Okay. So this is the curatorium. It literally is called the curatorium. Okay. Remember the first paragraph of Folio 1R? We revealed the two names. I don't know if you caught that because I went through it pretty quickly. Okay. Is it going to load? Okay. So, the two sections of the manuscript in Folio 1 are named at the very outset, the very beginning. Okay. We got the Codex Constellarium Oster and then the Curatorium. He names both sections. Okay. The Curatorium is the section for the plants. The Codex Constellarium Oster is the section in the back devoted to the star charts. Those are the two sections in the Voynich manuscript that are named. Okay, so far. Alright, here we go with plant identification, and this is going to be a doozy. Okay. The writer of the manuscript is a European, but the content of the manuscript is not at all. It seems like it on surface value, because he'll still use terms like Jesus, right? But that's not what he's referring to. He's doing that intentionally. Alright, so here we have Folio 1 Verso, Oleaceous olive tree. Are y'all still with me? I see 5 viewers, but I see nothing in chat. Let me know if you're there. This is Centaurea orientalis. Okay, we're ignoring that for now. This is Lotus. Nelumbo nucifera. Hey, Humboldt. Thank you. This is Lotus. You're awake? You should be. You should be. Any thoughts on the fact that this is a lotus? This is probably my favorite. This is Copt. This is Bushman's tea. Um, this is the original Haoma and Soma of Zoroastrianism and Vedic religion. It's not a Phaedra. This is it right here. That's lotus. See the lotus root? This is Kat. This is the original Haoma and Soma. Which I write extensively on in this book, this work of mine. It is a book on Amazon. You can buy it. Reinterpreting Haoma and Soma. Okay. I use the Rig Veda, the text itself, and some other geographers' reports of it growing in eastern Afghanistan to corroborate my theory. Okay. It describes it very, very well. And the Phaedra, unfortunately, does not meet those descriptions. But Katha Adulis does, in every way. Not just physical descriptions, how it's pressed, but also the effects of it. So, you're more than welcome to read that. That is called Reinterpreting Haoma or Soma, Katha Adulis Kat, is a sacred plant of Zoroastrianism through the lens of the Voynich manuscript. Yes, it is very high altitude. All right. This is a Pleione orchid. I'm going to have to go through these quick. This is Selene vulgaris, or bladder campion. This is Nigella sativa, or black cumin. This is a mango. I would know. I used to live in Panama. It's a mango tree. If you ever get the chance to go to a tropical country, check out the mango trees before they actually flower. They have these weird green pinnacle things that extend out, like little tendrils. That's what these are. So basically, he's drawing the tendril pinnacles, but these are the seeds. He's just drawing the giant seed. You mean Soma? Both Soma and Home are the same plant, and so they do grow higher up, yes, in the mountains, in snowy mountains. So this is wild mint, Mentha spicata, or spearmint. This is one of my favorites. This is Himalayan balsam. Okay, these flowers are not open. These are the seed pods. Uh, the author of the Voynich manuscript has the propensity to lop off or cut off the fruit or the seed pods because he wants you to he's trying to show you what's inside it. Yes, it is invigorating to the gods. Absolutely. Here's a good example also. This, these margins of the leaf, okay, they're not literal. He's indicating that the leaf is pliable, which is why it's wavy, okay, but that these edges are serrated. That's why they're kind of spiky looking at the same time. And then the veining is white. If you look at images of Himalayan balsam, they are exactly that. In fact, I actually have videos in my. If you go ahead and click on my YouTube profile, you can see I have a small video of Himalayan balsam up. This is Echinops Rytro or globe thistle. Another favorite of mine, this is Cordyline fruticosa. This is an aerial view of it. Okay, Cordyline fruticosa has varying shades. Okay, this one has a green base of leaves. So we're literally looking at the top crown of the plant of the tree, the mid, and then the outside is the bottom leaves that are green. So this version of Cordyline fruticosa has a green base, right? Green leaves on the bottom. They start to color variate and white and red toward the mid, okay, and then toward the top. This is Gaultheria trichophylla, wintergreen shrub. This is Hedera nepalensis, okay. I think he was also conflating it with Tunospora, which conflation wasn't uncommon, especially if they had overlapping properties. And if you scroll in, you can't see it on this, but let's see if we can pull it up here. You can see, excuse me, you can see the word Sophia, but with an F, right here, which means wisdom. And historically, both Hedera and Tunospora were used for the clarity of mind. This is another favorite of mine, Clinia abyssinica, or mourning widow. This is from East Africa, the Horn of Africa in Ethiopia, Somaliland. Exactly that, mourning widow. Feel free to look up mourning widow, or if you want me to, I can, either or. It'll take longer, but it's easier if you do it. If you do it, but if you want me to, I can. So this is mourning widow. Okay, East Africa, keep that in mind. And then we're gonna jump right to this, and you're probably gonna be like, wait a minute, how do we go from East Africa to this? Okay, so this is Rheum palmatum, Chinese rhubarb. Chinese rhubarb. So we went from an East African flower to a Chinese rhubarb? Yes we did. Alright, so here we have viola bicolor, African viola, right? African pansy. This is Ipomea, or sweet potato. It's Asian. This is Lagerstromia speciosa, or Emperor's crepe myrtle, also Asian. Don't know if you see a theme here. This is another favorite of mine, Petrocosmia rotundiflora. It's a gesneriad. It is from Yunnan, China. And 80% come from Yunnan. So, I wrote a whole nother paper on this, Petrocosmia. This is purple rhododendron. Laquala peltata, variation Sumawangai fan palm. I'm just going to go ahead and show you some pictures because it won't have the same effect without it. Alright. We're going to start with this one. Okay. Now that we have the Indus Valley taken care of, I'm going to go ahead and collapse it. Yeah, I'm just going to collapse it. So here we go. This is it right here. Clinia abyssinica. The same closed, oh, excuse me, flower. It's bluish. You'll see the bluish color as well in the leaves at the base of it. So you can kind of see it here. So basically these are not opened yet, so you can also tell at what time he was there. This is Chinese rhubarb. See, Chinese rhubarb. Absolutely. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Okay. Alright, of course, this is one of my favorites. So we're going to go with Gesneriad petrocosmia. So Gesneriad rhizome. Here we have the scaly rhizomes of the Gesneriad. You can see the same thing here. Same thing here. Okay. And here is the Petrocosmia rotundiflora. Okay, the purple flowers that come up in between the leaves, and it's very round, which rotunda. That's what that means. Rotundiflora, round flower. Here's a good example of that here. Oops. See? Right here. And that's what he is trying to depict here. This is a typical purple rhododendron, Qualifan palm. Here's another favorite of mine, Ceropagia, okay, lantern and parachute flower. There are a lot in Yunnan, China as well. In fact, there was another species discovered, and there's probably more. The closest I could get was the string of hearts. The only issue here is that this part, the umbral, is not attached. But that's okay. I'm certain that there is probably another species out there in Yunnan that we're not aware of. but I'll show you the match in the roots and everything else. So. Okay, so this is Cerepagia. And there's different types around the world. I'll try to show you a few flowers so that you understand the difference. And there's different shaped leaves. Some are more succulent than others. Oops. You see the wide range of how they look. And some do separate. But what's interesting is this right here. The telltale root of the Cerepagia, which is exactly this right here. The same round bulb with only the root on the bottom. Right on the bottom here. Alright, so this is Chinese artichoke. This is Lea macrophylla. Himalayan fig. This is an extremely important fig, the Bodhi tree, or the Ficus religiosa. This is the fig here, but the syconium are flowing out of it. And of course, this is important in Buddhism. This is exactly what you think it is. From Nepal. This is Ricinus communis sanguinis, or red castor bean. It is showing both the female and male flowers on the same stalk. It's an aerial view of it, and that's why it looks confusing. This is Indian sarsaparilla, and the roots are cut open so you can see the layer of red. This is Smilex glabra, or sarsaparilla. Osteospermum fruticosa. Darmera peltata, or umbrella plant. This is another favorite of mine. Look up Darmera. Okay, here's Darmera peltata. The round leaves, they're pretty big. Um, the way he draws this flower is interesting because he does capture very well the inside of the flowers. Now, he does not capture the fact that it is a multitude of flowers very well. But the point is not to do that. The point is to describe what's on the inside. And as you can see, the very thick stamens of the flower. Let's see if I can find a better one. Right here. They're unusually large. See? So that is what he is indicating here. And then, of course, the very round flower, very round leaves. And then the roots are a huge match. Okay, got the round, see the lobed, perfectly round lobed leaves. Now, let's look at the rhizome. And here we go. Here's the kicker. These are the rhizomes of Dharma platata. It is the same thing here. That is what he's drawing. And these weird squiggly bits are the green pieces that grow out the edges. Let's see. Here we have them growing out this way. But these green little knobs will grow out the very edges all the way across. So that is what he's trying to indicate there. So that is Dharma platata. This is neem, Indian lilac, Lychee chinensis with female flowers. This is Phyllanthus, Indian gooseberry, Centaurea diffusa or diffuse knapweed, Euphorbia urta or asthma plant, Aucuba japonica or spotted laurel, Japanese spotted laurel. Now, he decided to depict the variegation via stripes rather than spots. That was his choice, but this is variegated Japanese spotted laurel. This is Terminalia, one of the most important plants in Ayurveda and Tibetan Buddhism. Saurigpa. The Indian almond tree, no, it's not actually an almond tree, it's just called that. This is a perfect example of how the taxonomy is depicted. We have roots, trunk, leaves, flowers, seeds. It's not the plant actually looks like this. He's sectioning everything off to devote to each part of the plant. Here's Rheum nobilis, another favorite of mine. You guys are going to love this. Okay, I don't know if you've ever been to Tibet, but this is a Tibetan plant. It also grows across the Himalayas, but definitely in Tibet. So here we have Rheum nobilis. And the crown, when it's first growing up, looks exactly like this. There are very few photos of that existing, but once you see it, you'll be like, wait, wow, that's amazing. Let me see if I can find one. Hold on a minute. Projects. Let's see. Images. Oh, perfect. Let's see. I totally forgot I did this. All right. All right. There we go. You see the shape of the crown coming up? And then here are the roots. And there we go. There's the top of the crown. And this is from Flowers of the Bhutan. He would have this knowledge because he was there in person. He traveled around the world. He went from the Swiss Alps through the Mediterranean, through Persia, up toward the Zoroastrian homeland in Iran, through the edge of the Himalayan mountains there, all the way across the arc of the Himalayan mountains, okay, to Yunnan, China, or Yunnan, through India, and then goes even further than that. Yes. So, as you can see, this image is the only good image, or any one that I've seen, um, of this crown. So this is Rum nobilis, or noble rhubarb. When it first starts growing out of the ground, you got the crown there, and that's it, tall. Now, it's also red. There's also some that are fiery red all the way through, and yellow. But these are the roots. I forgot I had made PDFs of pictures, so. This is an aquatic plant. I was looking at this for a long time going, this does not look like a cactus. I've seen this before, and it's because I have. It's a aquatic plant. So when these aquatic plants grow, they don't grow flowers until this part reaches above the water. This is bindweed. At first I thought it might be sesame. I really wanted it to be sesame because I love sesame oil and it would make sense, right? Asia. But it's not. It's bindweed. This right here, you guys, is phenomenal. Okay. This has the leaves of a begonia plant, and this would threw me off for such a long time. It has the leaves of a begonia. Okay. Does everybody know what a begonia is? If not, that's fine. I'll pull up some pictures. Oh, let's see. Oops. We don't need this one anymore. Okay, the begonia, their telltale thing is these weird leaves. Only begonia has these. See this, the shape? It's curls in on itself. I don't need the flowers. Oh, begonia leaves. Okay, here we go. It's got the curl here, curl here. Some of them are more pronounced. Oh, this one is definitely pronounced. Right here. Right here. So that is the begonia sign, right? This is not a plant. It is a tree. And that's what was throwing me off, because I knew from everything I had looked at that he was indicating that this was a tree. It's woody. This is thick. It is a tree. Um, until I stumbled upon Begonia giganticalis. And where is it? None other than the same place we've been looking, Yunnan, China. Everywhere that these other plants are, this one exists as well. And it was recently found. I think it was 2023. So, it's not 2026, but I was writing this. It was 2024. So, Begonia giganticalis, found in Tibet. And this is coffee. This is the coffee plant. This is all this is. So every single time you drink coffee in the morning, you are drinking a Voynich plant. This is Plantago lanceolata, or ribwort plantain, and this is a gharial crocodile, right here. This is the Tectona grandis, or the teak tree, which I'm sure you guys are aware. When you go to the store, you smell some candles. It smells like teak, right? That's the teak tree. This is the Dubai, not Dubai, but Dubai. Okay. This is from Borneo, the Borneo olive, as it's called. And this is Dubai. As you can see, the way it flops, right? Very thick branches up to the fruit. Same here. And yes, the leaves branch like this as well. This is ginger lily. Ginger lily is the only one that does not have bulbs. Just regular roots. Here's an extremely important one, okay? I have not explained that so far what we're seeing as far as the route, right? There is a famous Venetian explorer by the name of Nicola da Conti. Okay, lived during the same time frame as our Voynich guy. Okay, and he is factually known to have traveled to the Far East. He's a Venetian, right? So he's from Venice, Italy. That's really close to the Alps, the Swiss Alps, right? So factually known to have traveled to the Far East from 1419 to 1444, the exact time frame that the Voynich manuscript author was in the same areas. Okay. And there we have it. Every plant, if you look at every plant, it matches with the timeline of Nicola da Conti and where he was, to a T. Scarily so. And this next plant is going to show you exactly that. Okay, are you ready? So, Nicola da Conti, a lot of scholars have been wondering if he ever made it as far as Australia. He is known to have met or have been to the Banda Islands, right on the edge. In fact, some of them even think he went to Papua New Guinea because they talk about beheaded birds, right? That's one of their trading commodities. And anyway, so the next tree is going to confirm that the Voynich manuscript author went to the Australian coast. Now, my theory is that the Voynich manuscript author was with Nicola da Conti. Like he was on the same ship. He went with him everywhere he went. Because everything matches up too perfectly. And this next plant is exactly that. The eucalyptus tree. So this is the Red River gum eucalyptus. It's very specific. Okay, I've looked at many eucalyptus trees and trying to identify and re-identify it to make sure I wasn't wrong. This is the Red River gum. If you look at pictures of mature Red River gum, like really old ones, their roots fuse together to form a flat tabletop, and they'll have knots in them, and that's what he's drawing here is a knot, but he's depicting the flat fused of an older gum tree. Here you can see the bluish sepals, or sorry, I should say not sepals, but new leaves. Okay, and you can see the ring of the Red River gum flower. Okay, so there's different gum trees, so ignore these. These are different types. We want the Red River gum. Unfortunately, because I typed a red, he wants to show me the other ones. Right here. Alright, so this is the Red River gum flower. You can see the red ring, okay? It's the same thing here. It's a red ring. And then I'm going to try to quickly show you eucalyptus roots. It's going to be hard to find this one probably because I only ever saw one of it. Let's see if I have a PDF of it. Oh, I don't see it. Okay. Shoot. Oh, here we go. That's it right there. So do you see how flat it gets all the way across? This is what he's trying to depict. And look, it's also wavy back and forth. So that's what he's showing here. That right there. And look, there's even a notch. So this is a crepe ginger. And plenty of examples of a crepe. And that's what you're saying with the whorl. The whirl. This is an unfinished Edelweiss. This is Aloe rubriviolacea. Boragio officinalis, or Himalayan borage. This is shelled ginger lily. Artemisia vulgaris, or common mugwort. Himalayan mini sunflower. Heracleum canicans, or giant hogweed. I love this one. See? Look at that. See this? That's what he's depicting on the side here. This. And that, of course, is the crown, and then he's depicting the leaves on the side. Right here. That's the giant hogweed. This is Oya, the only epiphytic vine with green roots. Trust me, I looked. um, Here we go. This is Datura. I can't remember who said Datura, but this is it. Datura Mattel. And of course, it's associated with the Hindu god Shiva. This is Indian mulberry, or locally called noni. So, what's cool about this is that the flower grows from these little dots. And of course, I can't see one right now. Come on, really? Show me flowers. Oh. Here we go. And typically they grow on the end first. So, here, here, here. So it's a mulberry, but it's an Indian version, and this looks really, really weird, but that is what it is. That's all he's doing, is drawing what he sees. This is Chinese peony, which is a antispasmodic for seizures. very well known, and even in uh, Hildegard de Bingen's time in the 1200s. This is elephant apple tree. If you zoom in, you can see how thick the petals are, which would indicate Indian elephant apple tree. This is pepperweed or pepperwort. Well, it has a bunch of seed pods that go upright. This is prickly water lily or foxnut. Basically, this lily pad is going upward, and he's drawing that on purpose. And actually, if you scroll in, you can see circles. There's one there, 2, 3, and he does this all the way up each section where there would be a leaf. Okay? If you look at you can see how the lily pad grows upward. Okay. And we're going to find one. That's kind of doing it, but I really want you to see a better picture. You kind of see it here. You just don't see the dark color yet. Alright. You see the dots? I shouldn't say dots, but like the bumpiness. That's what he's trying to depict when he draws the circles. And these, of course, the purple and reddish flowers, which you're seeing here. These are the petals that are kind of curling. Right here, you can kind of see it curling. So that is a... Fortunately, I'm not finding any... there we go, right here. It's growing upward. They grow straight upward like that on the edges. This is a simple grapevine. Nothing unique about that one. This is another favorite of mine, Tetrapanax papyriferum, or rice paper plant. This is what I believe that Nicola da Conti's secondhand account was describing. Not the one that they had mentioned in the book. Rather, I think it was this one rather than Borassus. I think that because they were talking about how the Indians, quote, Indians of the area were writing on plant leaves, that it was the rice paper plant. But I want to remind you that all of India to them at the time frame was everywhere from Iran all the way across to Japan and downward. So they would have been Indian to them as well. So if you look up rice paper plant, you can see the giant yellow leaves where the rest are green. You can see all of that on your own. I need to keep going because I'm not that very far in. Alright, so this is cudweed. And now we know that cudweed is actually native to Asia, not the Americas. That's been apparently a matter of debate for a long time. And now we know cudweed is native to Asia. This is the Chinese melonberry tree. This is Panax ginseng. This is black cardamom. And yes, this is the yang symbol. Paulownia tomentosa, or the empress tree. These are a pain in the butt ski. My grandfather put these down on our farm, and they grow so fast that they don't have any denseness to them, so they break apart and just go everywhere. So this is false pickerel weed. Purple bane. Tropinotans. This is water chestnut. Pretty interesting plant. He draws it a little more crazy, but you know, it is what it is. It's an aquatic plant. It floats on the surface. He does not, I know I spelled that completely awfully. It would be redundant to keep drawing this over and over again. So you only drew it one time. But this is it. This is the plant. So it's more jagged here, we can see, but the it has a buoyancy to it because of the petioles. This is a petiole, and that's what gives the plant its buoyancy. This is Cirsium veritum. This is Rheum austral, just like Rheum nobilis. This is Angelica archaeologica, or wild celery from Nepal. This is Syngonium podophyllum, or arrowhead vine. This is Chinese musa. This is actually one of the first few that I identified. So this is basically a banana plant. This is one of the few species that do not produce bananas. And this is a flower that's lopped off at the top because he wants to show that it's the seed on the inside that you want. And here it is, Chinese musa. So that's the Chinese musa. And he's just showing that this part is what's cut off. Okay. This is Himalayan marsh pennywort. This right here on the left is Indian snake root, which is why the snake, or the root, looks like a snake. And this is just valerian. I'm sure everybody knows what valerian is. You go into the store, you're tired, you want to be able to sleep, you take valerian root. So that's valerian root. This is nymphoid cristata, variegated, similar to the other lily or lotus. This is giant elephant ear, or taro. This is ginger, very simple ginger. This is knotweed, Polygonum caspitatum. This is chameleon plant. Comfrey, galanga, or aromatic ginger. You can see little offshoots right here. This is Indian elecampane, or giant fleabane. This is balloon vine, monkey ladder vine, wild yam. You can see the yam root here. Musk thistle. alpine sawwort, beetle killer, Indian sandalwood, blue gentian, just a fern. This is stinging nettle. This is water pepper, Blackstonia perfeolata, native to Persia. Asian groundnut, Apios fortunei, or some other Apios. Humulus japonicus, or Japanese hops. Yes, beer. So now we got wine, beer, and coffee. Clove, the boxiness of these. And here we have one of the most important, because this will date when it was written. When was the Voynich manuscript written? A doozy, right? So this is bamboo. This is a bamboo tree. Specifically, Melicana bambusoides bassifera. It flowers every 48 years. This bamboo tree is flowering, right? Right. So that means we need to check for every flowering species of bamboo that occurs between 1400 and 1450, because we already know when the Voynich manuscript was dated to. Okay? There's only one species, and that is this one, Melicana bambusoides bassifera. And it falls exactly in between one time in 1423. So that's around the exact year that he was in Dali, Yunnan, China, 1423. So that means the Voynich manuscript is written around 1423, the same time that the first Dalai Lama was alive. Alright, so this is okra. I love okra, one of my favorite foods. And this is, of course, from East Africa, the same area as mourning widow and all the others from that area. This is common mallow. This is star anise. Okay, it actually says it right here. Okay, it says Oleae anise sideris aquarius. Okay, so it says the oil of star anise aquarius. This is Himalayan fleabane. This is Wongbok cabbage. Oh, and these will become important later. I have a few other papers on that. Mountain knapweed, Java cassia. I'm sorry, Java cassia. Rotula aquatica. Okay. This is the bread nut, Artocarpus, forerunner of the breadfruit tree. Japanese red meat radish. This is the mimosa tree. Okay. This, y'all are gonna be, your mind's gonna be blown. This is arugula. This is Erica arugula. Literally, what we eat for salad. That's what this is. This is garden rocket. This is hydrangea. Also from Yunnan. This is the Rowan or mountain ash tree. This is ginkgo biloba. And you can actually see the, I'll show you the, and these are the roots. See how they're spiny? And that's what he's trying to show here, the spines. And this is a tree. I didn't realize ginkgo biloba even grew massively. I had no clue, but this is the tree. Cool, right? Alright, so this is Potamogeton, which this is an aquatic. All of these are aquatic plants right here on this section. These are the leaves that are floating on the surface. These are not roots. Okay, so here we have Potamogeton, and you can actually see the thick stalk. It is the same as this. Thick, if you actually scroll in on folio 94V. Oops. Yeah. I'm way off. Okay. But you can see how thick it is compared to what he typically draws. So, and so these leaves just float on the top of the water, and they'll start browning. See? And some of them actually will have that notch that you're seeing in this image. Okay? They'll have this notch that he keeps drawing. Let's see if I can find one. It might take me forever, which I don't have forever. I'll make sure to save it the next time I see it. Oh, right here. Look. The notches. That's what he's drawing. It's just the notches on the edges. Alright, this one is moneywort. This is common in aquatics for terrariums, or aquariums, I should say. This is Hunguana malayana. This is horseradish tree, and apparently the roots taste like horseradish. This is wolfsbane. Poor man's ginseng. Black peppercorn. I love black pepper. Alright, so that is all of the curatorium. Here you can see how he traveled across the Swiss Alps, down Croatia, Greece, up this way, okay, um, here, this way, okay. So he would have gone through Pakistan, up this way, down the Himalayan arc to Dali, okay. I've actually confirmed that he did in fact go down toward Vietnam and through to the Bay of Hanoi, definitively. And I've actually identified one of the animals that he came into contact with. They're not snakes on this one page, but amphibians. But I'll continue because that's a story for another day. All right. Here we have the Pleiades. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have SOAR9. Soror Astris. But it could also be Soror Astrologicos, the sister of the astrologicals. Excuse me. Which now going back, I really do believe that this is Astrologicos. And you'll see why. Definitively, SO is Soror. Soror, Sororum. Okay. What else? I'm going to skip all of this. Y'all can read this at some other time at your leisure. What I really want to get to okay, here's an interesting thing. This is what I call the sunrise and the moonrise tables. Okay. This is the sunrise table. Okay. So he's coloring the moon slightly blue. Here's the sun slightly blue, right? Why would he do that? Right. So the sun is up, stars. The moon is up, stars. But the difference is when the moon is up, he draws more stars, but when the sun is up, he draws less stars, right? So basically what he's depicting is that the reason why the sun and moon are blue is because they are below the horizon at that time. So that means if the moon is below the horizon, the sun is up, which means there's less stars in the visible sky. Same thing here. When the sun is down, you can see more stars at night. It's because the moon is up. So that's what he's depicting here. Sunrise and moonrise. This is what I call the, I originally called the folio of the labors, but it's not. This is not the folio of the labors. It's the folio nonus. And nonus is important in European medieval medicine. It's the time in which you make medicines. Okay, the folio of the nines, the ninth hour. However, something I've yet to go into detail is what all of this is about. I'm still only describing plants and medicines, right? We've mentioned Asia, right? A little bit of Persia, Africa, Australia, so you can kind of get an idea of where he traveled to. But this folio, this page, is going to describe something that has been unheard of. Okay, so I'm going to read it in Latin, and then I'm going to read it in English. Septa causa quaecum rota eodem enim septa enim aster orta essentia, enim hoc sunt rota elixir, cui essentia enim qua lixiris, rota enim orbis. Sunt elixir hoc ilius, hoc enim federe, sunt asteris curae, something something aster. Sunt sumerum constructus etc. Sum essentia enim olea circum sunt curae, sed sunt folio aqua enim oleus licet cui eus, cui enim solus amene sumerum stellare ostendent cum septa enim ort, cuius sunt asteris illo folio aster ort aqua sunt hoc qua curae fere aqua, sed scriptionem hoc folio curati enim causam. Okay. The seven which are with the same celestial wheel, indeed the seven, being the birth star's essence indeed. This they are, the celestial sphere's elixir, whose essence is as that of the elixirs in the celestial sphere, indeed the roundel or the orbit. They are this elixir. From that this indeed they will be. They are the star's cures. They are of the highest construction always, the highest essence being the surrounding oil. They are the cure. Also, the humor page being the permitted oil for whom it belongs, which indeed the sun at dawn of the highest star constellations reveals, due to the seven being from whose birth date is the star of stars. The star page's birth humor. The birth humors, they are this, as the cure will be from that humor, and also of these writings, this curative page being the cause or the reason. Okay, keeps talking about the seven. Now, here we have the further discussion of the seven. Okay. Orum sunt enim, septis talis folio lexiris licet, preas laboro, et tempus lex cum potens ad hoc. And the English is, of these they are indeed the seven, such as the elixir folio that presides over the labor, for the law of time, with potency or power, goes forth from this. Okay, it says the same thing over and over again. Okay, of these they are indeed the seven, such as the elixir folio which presides over the labor, for the law of time, when it surrounds this roundel. Okay, the law of time, remember that, because that is the entire meaning of the Voynich manuscript, the law of time. Lex tempus, or tempus lex. Alright, so here we have the idea of sisterhood. Okay, again, soror. You'll see this throughout the manuscript. And I often wondered to myself when I was looking through this, like, how is he relating everything together? Everything looks the same, so how is he describing relationship? And this is how he does it. He uses the idea of sisterhood. Okay? Sisterhood means relationship, right? So, here we have soror, S-O, soror, enim, sanguis. Soror enim sanguis, the sister being blood. Sanguis, one of the four humors. So, the plant on whatever page this is the sister to the humor sanguis. And that is how he's describing the relationship of parts. But what I didn't know at the time, but I was also studying the Rig Veda for my other project on Haoma and Soma, and sure enough, the commentator Sayana on the Rig Veda states that in Ayurveda, okay, they talk about relationship through sisterhood. It's the same concept. And that's what he's doing. He's using sisterhood to describe relationship of parts. Exactly what Sayana talks about concerning the Rig Veda. So he's traveling through all these places, including India, and is using an Indian method of describing the relationship of parts. So that's how he's doing it. Soror, or sororum. Sororinum is the phrase often seen throughout the manuscript. And these are the humors mentioned. Melancholia, okay. Sororinum melancholia. These are the different forms of sanguinum, sanguinus, and sanguis. Okay. This was the hardest for me to find because it looked like a different word. Okay. This is osis, which means he's using a suffix to represent a noun. He knows osis means disease, so he uses this osis as a noun. This I thought was electi, but it's actually choler, C-L-L-R, cholorosis, C-L-L-R-O-S-I-S, cholorosis, and that's how he gets away with writing it. Can't see it right away unless you see osis on the end of this. Otherwise it means something else. So cholorosis, phlegma, F-A, phlegma. Okay, so we have melancholy, sanguis, cholorosis, and phlegma. Alright, moving forward. Here we have the name of Jesus, Isus, E-S-9, Isus. Again, the J is dropped. So he talks about the oil of Isus, oleae Isus, all the time. But again, Jesus is a metaphor for the medicine Buddha. Yes, I said it. The medicine Buddha. Like, wait a minute. Yes. I'll show you. So, the monk that wrote the Voynich manuscript is European Christian, right? However, through all of his travels, he's documenting Tibetan Sour Rigpa. You following? If you're following, put a thumbs up in the chat. So he's documenting Tibetan Sour Rigpa, which includes, of course, Ayurveda, because Tibetan Sour Rigpa does include Ayurveda. That's a part of it. And Chinese traditional medicine, of course, is part of that, and that's what makes up Tibetan Sour Rigpa. Now, the neat thing about Tibetan Sour Rigpa is that you can substitute plants. Like, if you're in a different region and you can't find the one that you need, you can substitute it as long as it has the same property. So, he is documenting Tibetan Sour Rigpa. Is everybody awake? I've got 5 viewers, but I think everybody fell asleep on me. Alright, so I'm going to mention the 5 elements, okay, of Tibetan Buddhism. Air, fire, earth, water, and space. These are the Tibetan Sour Rigpa elements. And I'm going to eventually get to it. These are all of the the hidden 8 auspicious symbols. Okay, we have the parasol, treasure vase. We've got numerous examples of that, so the bump-a-lids and all of that, so I'm not going to go into that yet. The wheel, the Dharma wheel, the 2 fish, the endless knot, the lotus flower, okay, the golden banner, the conch shell, chaityas, right? That's what these are. Chaityas, the archways. Here we have an archway. And here is the Buddha sitting underneath the chaitya, right? And this is the important part, you guys. These are dakinis, which are the female spirits and that help with the healing process with the plants. Okay, but here's the medicine Buddha on folio 78V, and I'm going to show you here. The most important page in all the manuscript. What look like little blue windows are in fact not windows at all. They are chaityas with radiating lapis lazuli light of the blue medicine Buddha. And of course there's 7, which would make sense, the 7 medicine Buddhas, the 7 emanations. And here we have the final form of the medicine Buddha. Okay. You scroll in, you see his body right here with his head. Here's his head. We got a left shoulder, and there's his elbow here. You can see his hand holding something. This is disrobed. This arm down here has it is robed, and then you can see his knee here with his foot, another knee with another foot. So this is the seated medicine Buddha, and he is seated in a particular mudra, where his right hand is touching the earth, and that is calling. It's what they call calling the earth to witness his enlightenment. So both the medicine Buddha and Sakyamuni Buddha, both call the earth to witness. So now we know that for sure the Voynich manuscript is a European man's attempt at documenting Tibetan Buddhism in Tsararigpa. You're welcome. Good night, and thank you for listening. So here we have in the back lapis lazuli, which is what you're seeing here. The medicine Buddha is the king of lapis lazuli light, and that is why you're seeing blue, and that's why you see this in the back of the manuscript. It is a lapis lazuli gem. And here we have rainbows, and those are extremely important in Tibetan Buddhism, each color representing a certain aspect. Yellow, humility. Red and yellow are often paired together to represent orange, which is the color of resilience, which is why monks often wear those 2 colors. So, and of course, these are not nuns.